Everyone, thank you for being here. I'm Peter Creighton. I'm the city manager, City of Auburn. We have a joint workshop of the school committee and city council. This is April 22nd, 2019. Why don't we begin with introductions, and if we can, we'll start with Councilor David Young and go around the table.
I've already been introduced.
Katie Grondin, Superintendent.
Jim Safian, Bond Counsel.
Joe Cutara, the Municipal Advisor to the City.
Belinda Gary, Auburn City Councilor at Large.
Leroy Walker, City Councilor, Ward 5.
Pat Gaudier, School Committee at Large.
Ali Lasagna, Ward 1, City Councilor.
Andy Titus, City Council, Ward 3.
Bob Hayes, Ward 2, Council.
Alfreda Fornia, Ward 4 Councilor and Representative for the Mayor on the School Committee.
Faith Fontaine, School Committee at Large.
Dan Poisson, Ward 5, School Committee.
Bonnie Hayes, Ward 2, School Committee.
Very good. And in the back here?
Phil Kroll, Assistant City Manager.
Jill Eastman, Finance Director.
Sue Clements-Delaire, City Clerk.
Very good. Thank you very much. In the absence of the mayor, I'll be facilitating the workshop with the cooperation of everyone. We have an agenda that we'll be following, and I want to thank the superintendent of schools, Katie Grondin, and cooperation that she's provided in putting this agenda together. And I want to thank Jim and Joe for being here, and I know we're waiting for a couple of folks from Harriman as well, Mark Lee and Lisa Sawin. Katie, do you want to speak?
Sure. Thank you for bringing all of us together this evening. What we want to do is give some context and some information before we jump right into how many questions, what's in the questions, and so forth. So we thought it was really important for all of you to understand how this is all going to work. And so we've been working with Jim Safran and Joe Cutara around the bonding. So we thought it was really important for you to hear how the bond will work, how it's sold, how Joe's going to save us some money with it, how everything works so that you have a good context of that. So that's why Joe's here, and Jim is going to stay, and Joe also, if there are questions regarding the bonding. And then Jim really has been the mastermind with Bill Stockmeyer from Drummond Woodsum around the question and how it's been put together. So he really is the expert in that area, so it's important that he gives that expertise as we start to draft what we believe would be the best referendum questions, okay? So, Joe, do you want to, and we told Joe he has to talk as if we're at 101 level of bonding, okay? So he knows that, but if at any time you're going, whoa, whoa, slow down, or he's very good about making sure you have a real clear understanding. I've learned a lot from him, so I know you will too. Joe?
Thank you very much. It's sort of interesting because the bonds being issued is sort of like the end of the process just before the facility is placed in service and opened. But to have some understanding of how we get to that point, what happens when you get to that point, the Department of Education share of the state qualified portion for about $100 million, and then the $105 million, and then the local share would be about $14 million. However, in Maine, the issuer is the municipality or the school administrative unit that issues the bonds, and so the City of Auburn would issue its bonds. Every October, Jill and I finance the city's CIP. I've worked with the city since 2004 when the city was rated BAA1, and it's now in the AA range. And so we have a lot of knowledge and stewardship with the city, generally for its programs. The way that the bonds would be structured is you have three masters. The first master is Maine statute, and that includes the school building rules because it's state qualified. The second master is the tax code in terms of if you're going to borrow on a tax-exempt basis, which you're entitled for this project, then you are compelled, the IRS doesn't want tax-exempt income, and if you understand that, you now understand the entire tax code. And it's not, it's pretty much restrictive. You can't do this unless, you can't do this unless, and we are, Jim is one of the best tugboat captains in the state as it relates to how to deal with the tax code. And then we have securities law. These bonds will be sold to individual investors, bank portfolios, mutual funds, insurance companies throughout the nation. And we just did a financing for Kenny Bunkport on Wednesday, and they borrowed money for 20 years at a 2.40%. The bonds are callable in 10 years with no prepayment penalty if we wanted to refund them or there's a change in the use of the project. So that I can't promise rates are going to be 2.5% in 2 years, but rates have continued to stay at fairly historically low levels, and we are potentially headed for a recession, and so interest rates will probably stay low for a period of time. The way we structured the issue is bonds. The school rules are very specific in terms of how you structure. And we met with Joanne Allen at the Maine DOE and had a very promising and attractive conversation because we wanted to see if we could deviate from the rules that would be in the better interest of the city. You're going to borrow $125 million for 20 years. Every year, you pay a portion of that principal back. And the way the school rules are is you pay back in level principal amounts every year. So your biggest, unlike a house mortgage where you pay a lot of interest and little principal, at the end you pay a lot of principal interest, we have level payments. In this scenario, you have your biggest payments in the front and they decline each year for the 20 years. In terms of the tax code, and this is where I'm going to make Jim cringe, and he was going to have to bail me out perhaps, is you have two aspects, and one is arbitrage and rebate, and the other is reimbursement regulations. Alabama issued $100 million of bonds back in 1983. They issued the bonds at 3%. They bought treasuries to match the maturities at 5%, took the 200 basis points and built roads. And the IRS said, you can't do that. And they said, well, it doesn't say we can't. Well, they can't do it again. So that in the Tax Reform Act of 1986, they instituted certain rules that if you're going to borrow the money, you got to use it. Loosely, a project of this size, you have to spend it within 24 months of the date you issue the bonds with certain thresholds. Ignoring that, because we're in an interest rate environment where even though you're getting a 2.4, the bank's probably going to invest in it. They give you a 1.5, you're going to have a negative earnings, so you don't have to worry about the arbitrage and rebating it back to the Treasury. You have the reimbursement regulations, which is that you want to spend at least 85% of the bonds that you've issued within 3 years of the date of issuance. So we structure the issue of when do you need the money? The first thing we started was the construction cash flow and put together the scenario of, okay, here's the monthly, here's a cumulative, when do you need the money? And traditionally, the school DOE has issued the bonds in one big sum, $125 million, or allowed us to. I had done an analysis that if we only need $65 million for the first 24 months, and the remaining 60-odd million maybe a year or two later, maybe 18 months after the first bonds were issued. Because if you borrowed all $124 million, and you're about 10% of it, and the state's about 90% of it, that I was able to demonstrate to Joanne Allen that if we did 2 tiers of financings, that would save $2.4 million in interest, because that second $60 million we don't need for 18 months, so why pay 18 months of interest on it? So what we've tried to do is be as fiscally responsible as we can. That means that the city of Auburn is going to pay $240,000 less in interest with this structure. So that's one way of doing the financing. Another agreement we had with Department of Education was we intend to do the first issue around January of 2021. Well, we don't have the bids, we don't have a construction schedule, we're dealing hypothetically, but let's say hypothetically the spring of 2021 is for the first bunch of bonds. That'll give us enough money until probably October of 2022, 18 months later. So in October 2022, we'd sell the second series of bonds. And they'd be structured, I'm sorry, we'd structure them so that would, and that the Department of Education has given us the go-ahead on that concept. The thing we don't know is we don't know what's going to happen in January of 2021. We really don't know what's going to happen in October of 2022 in terms of the construction. Winter, little winter, is there ledge? I realize it's on the site of the current Edward High School, so there's certain knowns perhaps that we might not with raw property. But we're able to do a bond anticipation note from the month after the contract starts to give you some cash flow to pay the contractor. Then when we get a reasonable amount, let's say $10 million of construction has been placed, we would then issue the bonds. And if it turns out it was November of 2000, well, the Department of Education will not allow us to issue their share of bonds until the spring of 2021. But we could do it in January or we can do it in May, depending upon where we want to be. The whole idea is you don't want to borrow too early and pay interest unnecessarily. Then, in the second phase, if they blast through the $65 million in 8 months, then instead of October of 2022, we could do it in June of 2022. Because as long as it's after the spring of 2021, the Department of Education has it on their schedule to provide you with a subsidy. And we showed them structures in terms of how to do that, and we've got comfort letters from them agreeing that this makes sense. We create an official statement, as we do for all of the city's financings. We provide this to investors before the sale. About a week before the issue, we have Moody's Investor Service and Standard & Poor's review the city's credit. From a credit point of view, because $105 million of this is going to be state qualified, this becomes budget neutral. And it's not considered an obligation of Auburn as much as it's considered an obligation of the state. The problem we have is the subject to annual appropriation, annual legislature. However, unlike other large cities and small towns, every community in Maine has a school. So the expectation is Department of Education is going to continue with this commitment. But it makes it much more budget neutral than if you were issuing $100 million of your own money, as we talked about 4 years ago. We create the official statement. We have the rating review. The week after that, we invite bidders to bid on the bonds. I had 10 bidders for the Kennebunkport issue. I had 8 bidders for Bar Harbor issue 2 weeks prior. The issuer, the bidder, the underwriter, and it's generally a group, so it'll be Fidelity, Merrill Lynch, and UBS will be one group of syndicate. Then you'll have other groups. They will provide us with the lowest true interest cost, which is the interest rate. And 2 weeks later, we close the bonds, and you get your money. Now, what happens is the way they structure, and I didn't know if I was going to have handouts or not, but I didn't. But the way a bond is created or bid on is the underwriter needs to sell the bonds at a profit or sell the bonds with the hope of making a profit. So the first thing they establish, I'm sorry, Quincy, my pup is being a pain in the neck. So what the market will do.
The dog will be fine.
I'll ignore him if you will.
Yeah, I'm
good. The market establishes yields on the bonds where the investors will buy, so that a one-year investor might buy bonds at a 1% yield, and a 10-year investor will buy the bonds at a 2% yield, and the long investor will buy bonds at a 3% yield. Then the underwriter wants to work for commissions to sell the bonds and an underwriting profit, so they establish a higher interest rate. The higher interest rate with the lower yield creates a spread, the underwriter spread, which allows a profit to be made. Typically, we add the cost of issuance. Jim and I, of course, are well worth what we're paid, I'm sure. But the rating agencies, the paying agent, there's a lot of different parties involved to issue the bonds. It's like the financing costs and the closing of a house. And we typically, let's say it's $100,000. Instead of bidding on 65 million bonds, we will tell the underwriter, we're going to sell you 65 million bonds, but you're going to have to give us $65,100,000 in what's called bid premium. And the bid premium exists such that the expenses, rather than pay for it at the outset, or rather than take it out of the project, and on a present value basis, today's taxpayers are paying the whole $100,000, and the next 19-year taxpayers pay nothing. By putting it into the bid, it's amortized through the interest rate so that it's amortized over the life of the issue, so the people that enjoy the project over the 20 years are paying their pro rata share. So we find bid premium to be a very good vehicle to finance costs of issuance, but we also find it to be a much more equitable than to take it out of the project. And again, with the equity of financing over that period of time. The market is going to provide a bid premium. On Kennebunkport, we sold 2.5 million bonds. They gave us a $400,000 premium. So what we did was we took our 50 grand that we needed for cost of issuance and reduced the 2.5 million issue down to 2.2 million, using $300,000 of the premium as proceeds, so that they issued 2.2 million bonds and had $300,000 the underwriter gave them as a premium, so their bond proceeds on the closing is going to be $2.5 million. And I draw this analogy to if you have a car loan and the car costs 20 grand and it's at 4% interest, it's going to cost you $1,000 a month. But if the car is $18,000, but it's 6% interest, it still charges you $1,000 a month. It's just how you look at the end. And so we anticipate that the market's going to, we establish a certain bid premium for allowable financeable costs. For example, the way I've structured it, again, to save you money and to pass the cost of the project through the project's life, is we would include the ban interest, if any, which we consider is about $170,000 minus $30,000 or $40,000 in earnings, about $130,000 net. That on the first bond issue, we would include that into the bid premium also.
Joe?
Yes, sir.
What you're saying is fascinating and very informative. I think what I'd like to do is see if any of the counselors or school committee members have a question or a comment that they want to make.
Go for it, Andy.
Real quick, just a quick question. We talk about the bonding, and I like the idea of bonding when you need it, saves a lot of interest. But when it comes to local share versus state share, it doesn't matter to you at all when it comes to that, whether it's the local share that's been bonded first, or is it kind of simultaneously through the project, or?
Traditionally, or typically, it's like I can identify that the green lockers are local only because the state would only let you have blue lockers, and so when those were installed, we could separate that. But typically, I would issue the 65 million, of which 10% would be the local share and 90% would be the state qualified.
Be an assumption you would make?
And then at the end, rather than spend a lot of time and effort bifurcating the different.
Well, I'm saying because of the local shares, a lot of things like outdoor activities,
Yes.
and the stadium is one example. If we're going to be bonding a percentage of the stadium 2 years before it's built, then we're local shares paying before it should.
Then what would happen is at the end of the day, at the end of the project when it's placed in service, you're going to owe $124 million. And so by that time, it's blended. So the first year or two, you might have some inequity but I think it's de minimis or it'd be very difficult to calculate versus the reward of calculating it. But you also have the ability of issuing the local share for not the requisite 20 years. You can do it faster, you can do it longer. I did a Scarborough High School issue for $45 million for 30 years because it was local share, it was local only.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Councilor Lasagna or Councilor Hayes? I saw a hand up.
I appreciate the way you're breaking it down and bonding twice to be able to save money. Is there a kind of a tipping point where you say you have issued the 24 months bond and you can see something happening with, and I know it's a fine line, we don't want to pay interest on money that we're not using and spending yet, where you say, we're going to issue the second 65 million because we're going to be able to save because of what's happening with the interest rate, or is that cutting it too fine?
No, we're going to monitor this such that the only date that's set in stone is the spring of 2021. The rest of the amount and the timing is our prerogative. And the whole idea is to sit down and what I think I was successful with Joanne Allen because I said, look, I don't have a preference. I have this option and that option. And that's your decision, but my job is to show you the options. And the two bond issues, by the way, require more cost of issuance because you're issuing twice. But we also did a schedule for the school where we calculated the cost of issuance for one financing and the cost of issuance for then the two financings. And the difference was so much less than the $2.4 million saving by having two issues that it was probably like another $60,000. So I would spend $60,000 to save $2.4 million every day.
Any other councilors or school committee members that have questions?
Just one question. What has been your experience when you've done it this way in terms of, easing in instead of the whole bonding at the same time? What have you found that's truly effective and cost savings?
To do the two financings instead of
To
one?
the two instead of the one.
Typically, the issues, you used to be able to build a high school for $8 million. Now you can't build an auditorium for $8 million. And so as the economies of scale have increased, the relative difference has increased substantially, such that for a $100 million project, it's significant in terms of saving 18 months interest on $50 million, as opposed to many times if you were doing SED 28 just did a $25 million middle school in Camden. We did the whole financing at once. And because, again, you might have saved some money, but you're spending dollars to chase pennies.
Okay. Thank you for those alternatives.
Councilor Hayes?
Just getting back.
Wait a minute, you need a mic, because we can't hear you anywhere.
Just getting back to the 125 million. How do we get there? That's the 122 plus 3?
This is according to the budgeting purposes only school board's sheet. They have indicated that the entire project would be 120 million.
120.
120 million.
Yep.
122 million.
122, okay.
122 million, of which $1.5 million would be an equity contribution, and we'd only bond 120 million, of which 14.5 million would be local share, and 105.9 million would be the state qualified. And when I say 125 million, I'm just rounding because
Okay.
for a point of example rather than a point of fact. I apologize if I confused the issue.
Okay, so we are talking 122.
Yes, we are,
Yeah,
sir.
okay.
Katie, you have that handout. Maybe now's a good time to pass that out so everyone has it.
Yeah, some people have it, some people don't.
See what the project cost
Have a
is at
copy of
this
this.
point.
It's coming around.
Sure all the
Thank you.
school committee members have one.
So just to confirm, the bond sizing will be based upon the schedules that the DOE approves as part of their concept and final funding approval. So when we use numbers rounding to like 15 million of local share or some, I mean, the actual dollar amounts will, at the end of the day, correspond to what the actual approvals. This is a preliminary concept approval. Ultimately, after it goes to bid, it'll be finalized by the state for the final funding approval. And what is in that document will generate kind of what the project size is.
One of Jim's many responsibilities is to give a bond opinion so the investors recognize that the issue was properly and legally issued, and it speaks to its tax or tax exempt or taxable acts. Jim will not give me an opinion, therefore I cannot sell my bonds if we're $1 over the amount authorized and approved. So, sorry for rounding, but here we are.
So it's a check and balance.
Thank you.
Everyone all set at this point? Okay. Katie?
Okay, thank you for that. Appreciate it. So Mark and Lisa are here, and Lisa is getting her computer. So while she's getting computer, Mark, do you want to take us through what they received in their budget?
Right. This is Mark Lee from Harriman.
Thank you very much, and good evening, everyone. I think most of you received in your packet the backup budget, the detailed budget that the Department of Education uses, and we use and work with them in developing the cost. It spells out exactly where what we call the construction or hard costs are and what the soft costs are. And it does that in a number of different areas. So it looks at the state. It says that the first column, and I think everyone's looking at the concept approval budget. It should look like this, the second page of what was just handed out by Katie. But it has a blue column that is the state and local, and you'll see a percentage at the top, and that's the percentage of the total project cost that is being borne by the state. And then we have two columns to the right of that. The middle one says local only, and that is the amount that is being bonded locally. And then we have another one that says other funding, and that is the one that is anticipated to be funded through CIP and fundraising, as we've discussed in the past. And coming on live here.
As we speak.
So walking down through the category A is construction, and so the first item under construction is one new construction, and the school construction, you'll see a number there that 250. There's a 251,503. That's the size that the state is paying for, the 251,503 square feet at $245 a square foot, and that is what the resulting 61,618,247. And I'll probably do in a similar way. I may not say every dollar figure, but I think you'll follow along with the approximations. The site construction is the 17.3 million, and that is the development cost for developing the site itself. There are two pieces that we pull out of that. One is demolition of the existing school building and the abatement of hazardous materials in the existing school building. And so all of these are estimates at this point in time, but that's what is being carried to 1.1 versus to 1.4. So that is the new construction cost on the state side at 82.5 million. Then we get into the other costs, and it starts off with the auditorium and the various features inside of the auditorium. So as you can see in that, these are the pieces above what the state is. So there's nothing in the state column, and there are items in the local only, which is the bonded, the 3.4 million, that's construction cost bonded for the auditorium. And then in addition to that, there's amounts that were intended to be paid for out of the CIP budget of $862,000, and that 862 was arrived at because what we did was we took the total dollar figure, including the soft cost, all the administrative costs, and we'll see what those are in a minute, and then we worked backwards to arrive at what 862 was. So the total being, I think we arrived at as 1 million for the CIP funding. So that's where those figures come from, and we can go through a series of those, but I think we've through our multiple workshops have understood what those pieces are. But if there are any questions on what the individual items are within the auditorium funding, we certainly can answer any of those questions that you might have. Yeah, please.
The 862 is, again, explain that. That's the $1 million that we're putting in, and we're putting it all towards the auditorium.
That's in CIP that is going towards that. There's an additional amount that is being funded through fundraising or unused contingencies. And actually, if you flip the page of where we're on, we'll get to it. But you'll see under B, which is, actually, no, I'm sorry, going down to item I, second turf field.
See that, there's second turf field, so there's 1.5 million local share, not $1 million, right, Katie? Because I thought we talked about $1 million.
No, only $1 million for capital improvement. Then we said with the second turf field would be paid through, if there was any funding, through donations, fundraiser.
I see, okay.
That would be allocated to make up the difference. Donnie?
So the second turf field is only the cover of the turf. We're going to get the field, no
Yes.
matter what.
Right.
So
We'll get the grass field, and the
the grass
second
field.
field will only come if there are dollars to fund that.
Okay, so we get the grass.
Correct.
Very good. So that moves us right into item B, which is the stadium. And we have the local costs being shown in the middle column, the 2.3 million for those items: the artificial turf, the field lighting, the grandstands, press box, the track, and the concession building. Then turn.
Mark,
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I just
that's
want to
not
make
what
sure
you're saying.
everybody has had a chance to ask a question about
Absolutely.
anything having to do with the auditorium. Okay.
Great.
Go ahead.
I have
Bonnie?
a question about the stadium.
Yep,
Okay, 6 to 8 lane track. The state will pay for a 6-lane track?
that's correct.
And do we not see that in there?
That is in that site cost 1.2. So that's
Okay.
in the state's site cost, what they're going to pay.
Okay.
Item 1.2.
Yeah, the state is not broken down in the same way as the local.
Right.
Okay, so we just need to be sure that everybody understands that the local is only paying for 2 lanes if we go that way.
Correct.
The state is paying for 6 lanes.
Correct.
On it. Okay. And the same is going with the seating. The seating of the auditorium, I'm sorry, Peter, I do have a question about this.
Go
The
ahead.
auditorium. The seating of the auditorium is, the state will pay for 367 seats.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
So I've now turned from the stadium to the next page, which starts with item C, larger gymnasium or larger gym. And going down through, the only items on this list right now is the geothermal system upgrade and the geothermal well field. And the state asked us at one of our final iterations to separate out what the actual site wells were going to cost separate from the mechanical system itself. So that's now been separated with items G and H, but the actual funding dollar amount of those pieces, yeah, and thank you. Katie's asked to explain the negative 707, and the reason that it shows up as a negative, it's simply sort of an accounting piece. What we talked about early on was that if the community elected to go with climate control, which is item F, that the state does not participate in adding cost to air condition your building above what they will fund, which is only the administration area and the library and telecommunication rooms, closets. And so anything above that from a climate control is additional cost. What they will pay for, however, is if you're going to cool your building with geothermal, suddenly that puts it into a different category, and they will pay for half of that because you're doing it with a very efficient system. And so, so the negative 707 in item G is actually it's offsetting costs in item F on the climate control. So it's a little confusing, but the idea is that if you only take air conditioning, the state is not going to pay for a portion of the cost to cool your building. If you go geothermal, they are going to pay for a cost of cooling the building. So that credit right there offsets the cost that if you only took F, that they would not participate in. So does that make makes sense. A little confusing, but. In terms of, we had done sort of a look at the return on investment. The early calculations were about 1.8 years, which would be phenomenal for any mechanical system. But we've actually gone back and evaluated the system cost, and it's come down a little bit. And I don't know if do we have an updated?
We don't have a final update yet. Mechanical is still working on it, so we'll provide that.
So the update is that it will be less than 1.8, which it's less than great, or better than great, if you will. But it's amazing, outstanding. So you don't get return on investment like that on a mechanical system. So it's nice that the state is proposing to help on a very sustainable technology. At our board review with the Department of Education, they were really complimentary of the community's interest in moving in that direction too, and wanted to see us continue to look at ways we can make the building as efficient as we possibly can. So the other items we just quickly, again, there's the larger gym, there are interior features, there's additional parking, the climate control, which largely is air conditioning, geothermal, the second turf field, and then landscape and site furnishings. So those are items that I think we've talked about at some, but again, if there are questions, we can certainly answer those. The other item K is the additional local square foot, and that's for an adult ed office, which the state says they will not contribute to adult education, even if you currently have it at your high school. And there are some additional costs in teachers' workrooms, and 200 square feet for the chorus room, because the state says we'll fund a pretty small chorus room, and it's even with the 200, so there was some additional cost associated with that local square footage, and that's sort of their measure of being fair to everyone that they work with, every district, but and not they say, you know, your district may have different needs, but this is the formula that we use. So. And then there's a local, what we call the NTG, which is net to gross. And so if you look at all of the square foot numbers that we added to it, and those are all listed in sort of that area just to the left of the blue column. So going back to the previous page, you'll see under seating above 367, there's 6,846 square feet. The stage, there's 800 square feet. The tech shop was 627. Dressing rooms had 400. Theatrical storage were 1,750, and concessions was 400. Those numbers are the local square foot costs. That's what the state will not contribute to those. Those are if you want those items, this is the square foot assigned to those. And then turning the page again, the larger gym, 370 square feet. The interior features was 480 square feet. The additional items that we just talked about with the adult ed, the teacher's workroom, were 1,302. And so if we add all those up, there's all of the circulation space, and that's the hallways, the corridors to get to those rooms. It's the thickness of walls on those rooms. It's the additional space for custodial closets to support that square footage. So the state uses a formula of 40% to come up with that additional square foot that the school has to kind of contribute to the design of those spaces. It's not just that room, but it's all the support space for that room as well. So that's 12,495 square feet, and then there's mechanical additional square foot, and as we talked early on, the state picks up 94% of that additional mechanical square foot, and the local share is 6%. So the state funding of that mechanical additions was $2 million, and the local share is $133,000. So all of those come to the total of what we call the construction cost. That's the hard cost, and what we say is if you were to take the building and kind of shake it, anything that doesn't fall out is the actual construction. And I guess in this case it would be the site too. So, but that'd be hard to flip.
Mark, before you continue, are there any questions that any counselors or school committee members have at this point, or comments? Council Lasagna?
This may not be the appropriate time, but I just wonder when there are questions about if we reduce this or got rid of that, what would it mean in terms of construction? And perhaps we speak to that later, but I just want to make sure that there is time for that.
Sure, absolutely.
There will be time for that.
Thank you.
That being said, I'll try to move a little quickly through it. It's not real exciting material, a little dry here, but we'll get through it quickly. So the next page starts with B, administrative costs and reserve. First item is pretty straightforward. That's land purchase. There's nothing there. The next one is an important one, and that's movable equipment. And so there are a number of items. There's essentially two that it's broken down to, and those are based on a percentage. The state requires us to use a percentage for determining what those budgets are. So they're 3% each. So 3% of the construction cost of the building only is used to determine what the equipment costs are, equipment fund, and then there's 3% is the technology fund. So those are equal amounts. And so the state says that 3% is prorated based on the square foot in your column as well as what's in the state column. So the state's picking up the majority of that amount as well. Turning the page now to item 4 under B, which is advertising, legal and insurance.
There, you're backing
The 4.1 is advertising. 4.2 is legal, which in the legal column, we actually have the cost for the referendum as well as the bond sale. And you'll see in the comments column how those numbers are arrived at. We also have a number for Pierce Atwood in the bond council. So those are the majority of the costs under 4.2. And the additional costs are under the referendum itself. It's the actual cost of the referendum, the ballot clerks and the printing and mailing. Item 5 is a straightforward percent for art that the state includes in public projects, and that's a cap of $50,000 for that. Item 6 is project reserves, and at this time we have no items listed under the project reserves. Item 7 is also a line item that we've talked about at some point during our conversations, and that's the contingency. And there's a 10% contingency on the construction cost, prorated between the state and the local share. 5% of that contingency, that pot of money for the what-ifs, is set aside for the bid itself. And so that's to accommodate market conditions at the time that we go out to actually solicit bids from contractors. And so half of that is set aside for that. If the bid contingency is not needed, the state will absorb the $4.3 million at the time of bid opening, and we will carry forward the construction contingency amount of $4.3 million. That's on the state side. The state has full control over sort of the expense of that contingency, and that's for unforeseen conditions that come up, for what is known in the industry as errors and omissions, that things that just didn't get into the construction documents. The local side of that, where you see there's two pots that are $600,000 almost each. Those pieces are the control of the local folks, and so you control those. And so after the bid opening, if that money's not needed for the bid contingency, you still have control over what that amount is being spent for, if spent at all. And the same thing is true with the construction contingency. If you don't use that, you folks have control over anything you spend it on to the project or not spend it.
Mark?
Yeah, please.
So you said the state absorbs their side, so they'll absorb the $8 million if it's not used into the $86 million. Is that what they do?
Yeah, that's correct.
And that reduces their
cost. That's correct. Yep.
Okay.
So the total administrative costs and reserve total, that's the total of the B item, is $12.9 million on the state side, and then of the bonded cost for the local share, it's $1.6 million, and under the fundraising and CIP, the state still says you still have to carry an amount for contingency in that portion of the project as well. And that is, so you'll see that that's the only number in that column comes from item 7, that project contingency. And again, that's in your control of that 136,000. The last item is fees and services. That's C, category C. And the first item is the architect and engineer's basic services. And so that the state pays for, and the total cost of that is based on a formula the state uses. 6% of the construction costs, and so the state will pay their portion, 5.1 million. The local portion is 718,000. So that's primarily to pay Harriman. And then there's the additional 82,000 from the design of the local pieces. The item 9 is the additional services that the architect and engineering firm, and those are for the new versus renovation, which has already been completed. And right now there's geothermal test well cost in there for $15,000, and those are all state costs on that side. Item 10 is reimbursables, and that's for printing, postage, mileage, things like that. And again, that's all on the state side, and so total of $34,000. We're getting there. 11 is site selection, and that again has already been expended. That is items that we expended during the course of determining which was the appropriate site. And the last item is the permitting and approvals, which some of which has we've started to look at, but additional costs will be spent actually getting the permits for the actual construction of the site and the building itself. Item 13, turning the page again, is for surveys and soils. It's really a soil survey, but it's for boundary survey of the site, topographic survey, geotechnical exploration of the soils, a wetland delineation, and then if there's any work associated with off-street design, we have set aside some funds for that, as well as hazardous material inventory and hazardous material abatement oversight. And so those are items that the state also makes sure that we're carrying in our budget. The very last 14 of this item C, or this category C, is construction testing. And so this is for testing, third-party testing consultants to come in during the construction of the building itself and test such things as the concrete, making sure that it's the right strength, testing the steel to make sure that the steel has been assembled correctly, the masonry, that the masonry is performing according to the specifications, and there are a few others as well. So there's some of the DEP inspections as the site is being constructed. So that last one continues with the very last page here. We're in the home stretch. Project coordinator is a position that the state will hire, and they actually act as the state's project manager, if you will, of the project. So the fairly extensive involvement on the project itself with representatives from the local side as well as the architects and the state. So they have so we've got 42 months set aside for that position. The clerk of the works is the eyes and ears of the architect during that period of time. And so again, that's 42 months duration for that position. We have a commissioning agent, which is a consultant that comes in and evaluates the mechanical design of the building and then goes and confirms that the systems installed are installed correctly and fine-tunes the operation of those mechanical, largely mechanical, but also includes lighting systems and building envelope as well, making sure the building envelope's been constructed and it's airtight and well insulated. And then the very last item is just the enrollment projections, which has already been undertaken as well to determine what the actual enrollment for the school, projected enrollment for the school will be. Total for the C fees and services is about 6.7 or almost 6.8 million on the state side, 929,000 on the local only column, $82,000 on the CIP fundraising and contingency green bar, for a total of $7.8 million. So when we add A, B, and C together, you get, so A is the hard cost and B and C are the soft costs. And you get the totals of 105 almost 0.9 million for the state for what they will pay, the 14.5 million bonded locally, the 1.5 million from the CIP fundraising contingency fund, for a total of $122 million. So, there, we made it.
So far.
Thank you.
Any questions or comments from councilors or school committee members at this point? Katie?
Sure, yeah. So, Jim, do you want to go over what was provided in the packets for the questions? And then Mark and, everyone's here for if there are questions. I think, Holly, you brought up if there are design questions or things that come up.
So with all of that as background information, the next step you'll be addressing will be how do you get it all authorized and approved so then you're ready to issue the bonds and spend it on all those project costs we just heard about. So typically, the concept approval establishes your bonding amount. It's comprised of two elements, a state-local bonding amount and a local-only bonding amount. Cumulatively, that's the total bonds you'll issue up to that amount. And so I think the question you're going to be looking at now is whether or not you present that to the voters in a single question or in a two-question format. So you have in your materials, I think, a set of information that lays out kind of a sample of the steps you'd take under either scenario.
Katie, we don't have those. I don't have that.
It was in the packet. I didn't make copies of it. We can get copies.
It's on the
Right,
screen.
It's on the screen.
It's on the screen.
Copies, please. I'd like to mark it up.
Sure. The other thing is, because we were asked, we have samples of questions from Handman Academy, SAD 75, which is Mount Ararat, that was just recently done, and Sanford, if you want to see examples of 3 other high schools that have been done. And so you're getting copies. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. And something just popped.
So should I wait until we have copies?
Oh, go ahead.
Okay.
I'll catch up.
Okay.
Fine.
I'll wait till that comes up. So the steps that'll be taken will be, once the decision is made how you want to proceed, the actual authorization for the bond orders will be considered by the city council, and so they will approve either 1 or 2 orders, and they will also approve an order submitting the 2 questions, or 1 question or 2 questions, to the voters at a referendum. So the single question just kind of encapsulates what appears in the concept approval budget. So it does a couple of things. It authorizes the project and the total project costs for the project. So on the concept approval budget, that would be the $122 million. And so if you look here in question 1, you'll see the first part, Part A, Clause A, starting on the right side of the first line, is references approving the construction of the new high school with a total project cost not to exceed the 102 million and change costs. That's the total cost on the concept approval budget. Within that total cost, there'll be the amount that'll be bonded. And in the aggregate, that's the roughly $120 million of bonds, of which $105 million is the state subsidized portion, and of which almost 15 million, so just under 15 million, 14 million is the local only share. And that is captured in Clause B. So after Clause A, which approves the project and the total cost of $122 million, you then authorize the bonds that accompany that project, and there'll be a total bond issue of up to, amount not to exceed, $120,400,000 some odd thousand. And then we identify what amount of that will be the local only and what amount of that will be the state subsidized. So within that $120 million being authorized, $14,532,000 is the local only portion, and the balance, the $105 million, is the amount that's approved for inclusion in the state subsidy. And then the balance of that is an appropriation of that money. So you borrow the money, and the money is then appropriated for this project and some other incidental items that accompany the project. So, for example, in addition to appropriating the sale proceeds, the amount you receive from selling the bonds, you'll also be investing that money while it's waiting to be spent. So that investment earnings we want to include in terms of what we're identifying what you're going to spend money on. So that's why at the latter part appropriates the sale proceeds together with investment earnings. And then there are some other incidental amounts, the other funds that are coming from the school and grants and things. So we just kind of list them in generic form, that all of that money is available to then pay the $122 million of project costs. So this is just kind of all of it showing up in one question. And so the two-question format is starting here and then pulling out from each of those dollar amounts the local share you want to put into a separate question. So it's just a dollar for dollar change. So if you identified a sum amount, let's just say $1 million, that you wanted to put into a separate project, you know, everything in here in terms of the total project cost and the local only cost would go down by that amount. The state subsidized amount would stay the same, because that will just be the state subsidized amount. And then that amount will show up in question 2. And so here we go. This is when it's broken out. So I don't know what the dollar amount, so there's a lot of blanks in there to kind of, you know, figure it out. But so this would be question 2. Now this would not be approving the project. It would just be authorizing additional costs, local only costs, for the project. And so there would be a separate order that the City Council had approved, identifying what those additional costs were, and that would be captured in this question: shall the City of Auburn approve this second order? And A, authorizing the additional costs of the new high school project in the amount, whatever the amount is, and identifying what the purpose of this additional amount would be for. So we would actually specify what it was that you intended to finance with your additional local cost portion. And then the rest of it kind of parallels what's in the first order, spending it for capitalized interest and other incidental costs of the project. So the materials you have, which is both the ballot, which really captures kind of the one or two questions. In parallel, there are either one or two City Council orders that kind of track that, and then there's a referendum order that again tracks that. So really, you know, the starting point would be to work through one or two questions, the amounts you're talking about, and kind of working backwards from the form of the question and the ballot, and then that just filters through into the orders and into the referendum order. So I'll pause there and see if...
Any questions? Councilor Lasagna and then Councilor Hayes.
Thank you. So if we were going to go with two questions, question 1 would have to minimally talk about $105,898,851. We could not separate anything out of that, right? That's the state share. So question 1 would have to say, do you approve $105,898? No?
Well,
right?
He'll explain.
If you wanted to not have that amount in, you would probably have to go back to the state and kind of get clarity on what their concept approval was intended to cover, because now you're you're not really presenting something to the voters that reflects what the state has approved in terms of the concept project presented. So I would not go below the 105 million. That's the minimum. That's the column, the blue column in your presentation. That's the state subsidized piece that they've approved.
Right. So, I mean, that's what
Yes.
I thought.
Yes.
Okay. Well, I'll let others ask questions.
Councilor Hayes?
If we go to a second question, and whatever that amount might be, is there a penalty if that doesn't get approved? Is there a penalty towards bonding?
So
So instead of going bonding for 122, would be whatever the figure in two, if it doesn't get approved, it would be less than the 122. Say, if we put in two, somewhere around 7 million, and dropped it to 115 million, is there a penalty?
So I guess from a acceptance in the market, a penalty meaning an interest rate penalty, or someone, not from the state administering it, but from someone buying your bonds.
Exactly.
Yeah. I'll defer to Joe, but I suspect.
There would be no penalty whatsoever, and, I mean, if the project bids come in at $130 million for a $122 million project, there's going to be some value engineering, and certain aspects of the project may have to be modified too. Again, there's uncertainty in that regard, but the market doesn't care if it's 115 and local share, state, whatever.
I would probably suggest that what the purchasers want to know is that you've got a defined project and you have the funds to build it. So by the time we're have this official statement ready, the offering document, and selling it to the market, whatever the project is that you've settled on, we'll have described it, and it'll have the funds available for it, and you'll be able to build it.
Mrs. Hayes, and then Councilor Gary, and then Councilor Fournier.
So it's not like the more you borrow, the less the interest rate?
That's correct. It's the more you borrow, the more interest you're going to pay. But if it's going to be 2.5% or 2.25%, there's no distinction there between
No
100
matter
million
what.
and 130 million. That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Gary?
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Most of us councils are hearing from Auburn residents that they don't want to fund such a huge auditorium. How do you frame that type of question to approve or disapprove and settle on a comfortable figure that the public would vote for?
Do you want, what we did at Building Committee is showed a picture of the auditorium so you all could get a sense of what's state funded. I think that's the discussion that we knew we'd probably have tonight is how big an auditorium do we want in the new high school, and do we want a second option on seats? So I'll have Mark and Lisa show you the auditorium so you can get a picture of it. Sometimes it's good to see the viewpoint. And then Mark, you can talk about if there was reduction in space, which would be the reduction in cost.
I think we're going to try the technology again.
We need Lisa's computer. It's very odd to see someone controlling things.
And that's a wizard on.
Before we show that, could I ask my question, please? I was wondering, what if, and given the fact that, we have alternatives besides up to 15, if we were to give different amounts along the way for selection, let's say from 10 million to 12.5 or 12.5 to 15 million or something like that. How would that work out? What would it look like?
So, yeah, the exercise you'd have to go through is to identify on that approved concept approval what specific items of that local only category you wanted to pull into a separate question. And if that was not approved, that'll be the cost that you cannot then pay for. So once you're committing yourself to a course of action, and that's how you would do it. You would say, for example, you'd pick a category and say, a local cost, equipment, $215,000, whatever it is, just for example. So you say, okay, well, we want that equipment to be that's our local question. Gets voted down, that cost is no longer in the project. So even if later on you say, we really need that equipment,
it.
That's gone, that's gone. So that's the path you're now settling on, is to pull it out. And that's what the exercise you would go through, is you'd go through your local-only column, and you'd say, okay, this item I do want in a separate question, and this item I don't. It'll stay in the first question. And so we would know when it got approved what costs were included in the first question and what were not.
So it is item-specific versus the amount-specific.
That's right. Because, and the reason is, I have to have a purpose. When we say we want to borrow money, we have to say what we want to borrow it for. And so that's the exercise.
Thank you for explanation.
Yes.
So, just to reiterate what you just said, if, for example, we took part of the auditorium and it did not pass, and somebody donated that money, would we be able to add it back in? It wouldn't actually be in the bond, right?
Yeah, so we confronted this before, and to contribute that money to the project, it had to go back out to referendum again.
Even if it was given?
Yep, because you're approving the maximum cost of this project. And so when you pull that out, and now you're going to approve a lesser amount. You're going to say, instead of, I'm not approving a $122 million project, I'm approving a $121 million project. And then I have another $1 million of additional costs I sent out that failed. So I can't now go back to the $122 million project. It hasn't been approved. That's not the project that the voters authorized.
Is that state regulation, or is that? Because I can't believe that if a donor came forward and said, oh, by the way, I want to add this to the new school, that we'd have to say, sorry, we already voted on the referendum, you can't donate to something for the school.
Right, you'd have to go back and get it, you'd have to amend the approval of your project.
But the donation would go to what you approved, but it can't go beyond that. So what we've discussed, what I said to you, is to attract donors of the level you want for $3 million to $5 million donation. Right, you want that, so if it's $14.5 million, but we get $3 million, we can reduce that because the public knew it was donations is there, you see that, donations, grants. But if you approved it at $110 million, whatever comes in for donations goes towards $110 million, not towards $120 million.
But you could have another referendum question next year. New money's come in, we're going to have a new referendum question to increase the size of the school by $3 million because of a contribution with no local cost. We could do another referendum next year.
Yep, you would go out to referendum and be subject to that.
So, I mean, if that should happen,
But you'd
if
have
we're
to
so
get
lucky.
state approval.
Well, there is another
another
wrinkle
part.
in it, and that is that we have to go out to bid with a design. And if that design suddenly has to change because somebody infused, we have to capture that before we actually solicit contracts or bids from a contractor. So there's an aspect of that.
So Mark, while you've got the microphone,
Sure.
maybe you can talk about what's up on the screen, and then we'll go to Mrs. Hayes and Councilor Lasagna and Councilor
Yes,
Hayes.
I think, so the bright red, we wanted to, in the past, we used a hatch pattern, it wasn't as visible. So in the bright red areas are the pieces that are the local areas that are highlighted in the 1.6 other. And so the largest of which is the block for the auditorium, the seating above 367 seats. That's 6,846 square feet. That also includes, though, Lisa's going to point out that there's also concessions. If you look down for the concessions, 400 square feet. That's also included in that first block of red color. So that that's the sort of largest share of that local. In addition to that, I'll also say, just so it's clear, we talked about that net to gross 40%. So in addition to the red that we're showing there's actually, if we were to distribute through all the corridors and whatnot, a factor of 40% in additional cost that doesn't show up in that red square. But that's the piece. So if we were to build 367 seats, it would be a much, much smaller auditorium. So.
And what would that do to the project?
Well, I think, almost to the same point we were talking about earlier, that you'd have to, if we decide to do that as the base price or base design, we probably would not put a second courtyard. We would probably slide everything down and design that area of the building itself to have the much smaller seating. You may not want the full complement of a stage, or you may with that, but it's a much different design, and we would change the aspect ratio so we weren't six rows that are 80 feet wide either. We would change the shape of it so it would be it's a redesign exercise for that piece. So.
Basic space as well.
So.
What is?
Lisa, can you?
It would be a very basic space as well.
Yeah.
It would be more like a lecture space.
So I'll look at it from the perspective of the seating area itself, not the other amenities, but the seating area itself would save 1.6 million in the local construction costs. Plus, again, there's a percentage that 40% on top of that has a value, and then you would add on the additional soft costs for that. So if someone had a calculator, they could do the 6,846 square feet times 1.4 times the $245 a square foot. That would give you the savings in dollars from a construction, and then you'd add on the roughly 25% of soft costs.
Okay, Mrs. Hayes, and then Council Lasagna, and Councilor Hayes.
So, Mark, if we shrank it to the state-only seating, it affects the design of that column. So does that mean we go back to the state for redesign?
What we would do is we would, in the next cycle of design, we would say, here's the result of the vote, and that we would then present the new design at that time. So there would be redesign, because we have to just take a step backwards to reconfigure this building at the concept level, that we would move forward. But no, we wouldn't have to go back in this concept design process. We would just catch up in the next design phase of it.
So if we took and decided before we went to referendum that we wanted 375 seats, then you would do that before we went, right?
We could. It could become a cost exercise just in looking at it, and we can postpone the design until after, or we can look at the cost or the design rather beforehand.
So we've gone out to bid, we've gone out to bond, we've done all that stuff. In 10 years, Andy Titus goes, oh my God, I've hit the jackpot, and I'm going to give you $10 million, and I want it to be put into the auditorium. We can't, right? We can't accept that $10 million because we've already, for that, right? Because am I not understanding this?
In 10 years, you'll be able to accept it.
Okay, well, that's
Separate
about when
project
Andy would hit
entirely.
the jackpot.
It's not that long, yes, right.
Keep playing.
Less than 10 years if he has his way.
Well, you know me. I play it every week.
Okay. Council Lasagna?
So one of the things I think many of us have heard is this idea of taking everything that's extra, and I'm just talking about what would be locally bonded, out of this and having the vote be two questions. One would be the 105 million, yes or no, and the second one would be the up to 14 million, yes or no. If people voted yes on the first one and no on the second, what would be the effect?
So I spoke to Scott Brown about that, and he said the impact is that Harriman would have to go back and take out all the red, including what they're not showing is all the red that's out in the fields as well. All that would be taken out, and at a local only, we would pay Harriman to redesign based on the 105 million. Then when we meet and do all the details of the rooms, when we go to the DOE in the next phase, we would explain what happened at referendum, and this is what we now have.
And would that keep us on track in terms of being able to vote in June 11th and start construction at the same time?
Well, we won't know until June 11th whether second question didn't go or not.
Right.
So nothing would happen
but it would allow us in terms of construction to stay on task.
Correct.
I think the other thing that I don't know if people are aware of, taking out that extra also means all the planting, basically, all the grass, all the, it's more than just, I don't want the stadium or I don't want the auditorium. There's a lot of other things that are built into that.
That is correct.
Okay. Councilor Hayes and then Mrs. Fontaine.
Well, I guess to follow that, I'd say that totally would be foolish for this community to even consider that. With the failure of the second not being passed, we would be doing a very disfavor to this community and our futures for economic growth. I guess I've stated it before, I think it's imperative that we get as much brick and mortar and space within our structure up front. I think if we're going to put anything into a second question, it is those areas that we can easily provide in the future, either through donation or local funding and so forth. But brick and mortar, the basic structure as we have before us, I think is absolutely essential. I think maybe towards a second question, it may be a question between 1,200 seats and 1,000 seats. To me, anything less, we're going from a performing arts center down to an auditorium, and essentially, as it was said, if we go anything down to the basic, we've essentially got a lecture hall. And I think that, we can still, talk about, the 200 seats quite easily in a second question. So I guess basically I'm looking at those things that are really outside the perimeter of the structure itself as things that we could maybe put into that second question. I guess one question with respect to that, though, is the athletic field that we have. Are there any, recognize, I think the field that we have involve some federal grant money? Are there any requirements as a result of that?
Yes, it can only be that track. It's really the track area in that area. So Harriman will be mapping out the construction timeline to make sure that the track is only closed 6 months at a time, correct? It's 6 months,
that's right. Yeah.
So the stadium will probably be the first to be built in that area while the facility is being constructed. Because it has to be open, closed, and they're well aware that. We met with Doug Beck, who's in charge of those grants, and he came and walked the site with us, talked about what his hopes are. He knows we're on a tight timeline with construction, and so we know that part of the going out to bid will make sure the contractor knows this is an area that can only be closed 6 months at a time.
Okay, I guess with that, the one item that I'd retreat on with respect to outside areas, I think that it is essential, even for an outside area, I think we do need the artificial turf, at least on our first field. And that would have to be part of, I would think, included in the first question.
Mrs. Fontaine.
Yeah. So I couldn't agree more with Councilor Hayes that our community deserves this type of facility. And I've heard from members of the community, members from the building committee, athletic committee, that they don't want they don't want people to have to fight the athletic fields to fight for a vote over the auditorium, et cetera. So I'm hearing, just for time purposes, that the majority of people I talk to want this model here. But if for some reason that if we do go to 2 questions and it gets voted down, I just want to know what the cost would be associated with revisiting and revamping a new model and stuff, because I'm sure that's not included in the costs that are here.
Yeah, we actually haven't calculated what those redesign costs would be yet, and so I don't want to put a number out there that, but what we would probably do is just track on a time, just hourly basis what it would take to get us to do that redesign to catch kind of back up to where we are right now with that. So I don't know yet, but we can do a little investigation and prepare something.
But there would be an additional cost that would take from,
Yeah, the state, I think, said as well that they will not participate in that design cost.
Okay, Councilor Titus, Councilor Gary, and then Mrs. Hayes.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. One of the things that, I'm really concerned is that we are at the 11th hour, and making detailed decisions is really tough. I mean, to redesign or to change the list and throw this out and add that in, it's unfortunate that we've been given $15 million or nothing, because that is tough for people that I've talked to. I know there's some that think that's 15 is great and we need to do it, but I've had a lot of people who have said, wow, can't we do with less? I mean, do you think Auburn's that wealthy? So it would be nice if we could have a question that was dollar-driven, or two questions that would say, this is the state share. Obviously, I think most people would vote for that. Two options for local share, 15 million or 10 million. And then let the committee hack out if the 15 million is one to include, and maybe somehow with enough advertising, the 15 million includes this, but a lower amount could be 9 million or 10 million, which would include this, or exclude certain things, and then let the building committee and others hack out what's going to be part of that, whatever amount is approved. Because it is kind of sad to think, I don't know, anything wants to be thrown out or who should make that decision, and we can't, in the next two meetings that we have, decide what should be in there and what shouldn't. But most of the people I'm hearing about is talking about what we can afford and what they're willing to spend. And seeing that maybe a $10 million yes would be no auditorium.
Right, my question would be, and don't take this wrong, okay? Because I'm being open-minded, is you give an amount, the building committee makes those decisions, are you going to live with that? So if there are certain things that you definitely want in the second question, you need to vocalize that. If you're going to trust the building committee to take what you're saying, then fine. Through what I've done with those 3 buildings I told you is, it's unusual to see so much local in the second question because things hinge on other things. Not to say if there's certain things like 200 seats in the auditorium or whatever, portion of the landscaping, those type of things in the second question that you target $2 million. Targeting $9 million, you can see what they're probably going to be. They're right there. But if you want to trust the building committee that if this group decides, yes, we want $5 million in the second question, or $3 million, or $10 million, and then the building committee says, this is what we propose, then that's fine.
Well, we trusted them to get to the 15 million, so I would trust them that if the number was reduced by voter referendum, I would trust that same building committee to use that money very wisely and because I think
so
the 105
million. Thank you for
recognizing,
recognizing, though, that we took the impression that there was support for up to 15 million. We brought it to 14.5 million, and so that's why the building committee, and it was brought up, as Holly tried to explain in Tuesday's meeting, David, please chime in as well, is there was a discussion at the building committee to put the state against the local. And the conversation was, if people don't support the 10 million, would they even support the 3 million, was kind of some of the conversation. Other parts of the conversation was not, as Faith brought up, not pitting athletics against the performing arts. And I know there are members here from the Performing Arts Committee. There was really a drive to have a facility that would house the school population. So it's being built for 1,100. That's why they went with the 1,200-seat auditorium and wanted to show the community the benefits of that. So if there isn't that in this group around 1,200, but there is for 1,000, then you have to decide, is 1,000 in the first question and we add the 200, or do we just go with the 1,000 in the first question? I mean, those are the things we can talk about at the building committee level. But that's why the building committee, I was surprised when it was, I can't believe we're doing one question, when all along we were at below the 15 million at the 14.5. We have been presenting all along, that's where we were shooting for. We did not go into the building committee saying, I think they want a second question of $3 million. So if that was a miscommunication there.
Yeah, definitely, because we hadn't had a chance to talk about that aspect of it.
Correct.
Again, by the time when the council got this and we really started talking this, it's only been about a month and a half that we've really been getting down to brass tacks. And I know the building committee's been working for a couple of years, and I appreciate their work.
Well, every meeting I came to, I explained where we were.
Right.
I explained what the size of the auditorium was. I explained what was going on in the fields. I came to about 3 meetings where I told you what the update was coming from the building committee. So if there is if there is a change in direction from this perspective, then yes, we can pull a building committee meeting together and try to do what you're asking.
I think right now it's a point of what we want the electorate to vote for.
Correct.
Not necessarily what we in this room want, because we
Right.
can say, well, you know, I know better than you because we need this for the community.
Correct.
But I think the community has the right to be able to vote on something that's that large of an expense because it is a community addition, but they're also going to pay the bill.
Right.
So that's
So-
really what kind of made it different.
Counselor Gary, I knew you had a question. You still have a question?
Sort of, no. I mean, okay, I agree that 350 may not be enough. I'd be willing to see it go up to 600, but I don't know what the cost would be for that, you know, to meet halfway from 1,200 to 600.
Before Mrs. Hayes asks her question, Mark, do you have a response for that?
Yeah, early on, we came some cost figures associated with those, and they are based on the square foot number of each seat, and I don't have those with me right now. Yeah, is
255.
right. So I think, you know, again, if that's desired to say incrementally what is each seat in terms of the area and the incremental cost, we would definitely come make sure that's presented for you folks. But it'd essentially be the seat itself times 14 square feet times the 1.4 times the 245 times the 1.25. So.
Mark, what I remember, and correct me if I'm wrong, was that if we went to 1,000 seats instead of 1,200, we'd save $500,000.
I do. I agree with Peter.
It's about $500 a seat, I think.
$500,000 for every 200 seats? Up to a point?
I want to say it's about $500 a seat. Again, I'd have to go back and confirm that. But
what I remember is $500,000 savings
Yep.
if we reduced the 1,200 to 1,000 seats, and then another 500,000, we went to 800 seats.
I think
Does that sound right? Yeah.
John says yes.
That's about what I remember having the conversation. I'm John Bowser, the chair of the Formula Subcommittee, and that's about what we're at, about $500,000 for 200 seats. That's really rough, just my recollection from the conversations in the past. So it's difference from the 1,000.
Okay. All right. So we got some verification that that's probably correct. Counselor Hayes, and then
No.
Mrs. Hayes.
Right.
Sorry about
School
that.
committee.
And then Counselor Walker.
Okay, so if we put the state's 375 seats and only do that, what do we use that for? We can't put a class, we can put one class in it. You don't want to use it, so we don't have to do anything with it. Take that whole column out and say the heck with it if we're going to have 375 seats, because we can barely put a class in that. A very wise man, who is now the principal of Edward Little High School, said the other day at a building committee meeting, I don't get it. 5, 6, 7 years ago, Mr. Epstein was there, Mrs. Gucci was there, we had a building committee. And the building committee said, local only, because we're not on the state thing, we're not on the state list, we're 44th or 46th on the state list, we're not there, so we're going to go local only. And we roughly mapped it out to be about 64 million, right? You were there too, Elfrida, I think. It roughly mapped out.
That was without a CTE.
That's without a CTE, that's right, Pat. So we figured 64 million. And we said, the city's never going to go for this. That's ridiculous. We'll just wait our turn. We waited our turn for 4 or 5 years, and we came up to 16th on the list. And the state said they would pay 86%, we see here on it. So the very wise principal at Edward Little said, do you know what you're getting for $15 million? The city, the building committee, was looking at $64 million, and you got nothing on it. Now the city is looking at $15 million, and when you look at it, you think, wow, what are we getting here? It's absolutely fantastic on what we're getting for, when you look at it that way, at $15 million on it. So those are my two questions, but I guess if we have a student body of 1,000 students, I would like them all to go and sit in an auditorium together and hear a presentation on anything in the world that comes to them that we can give them on it. I think it's very important that they all hear it, at once on it. I also think that if we're not going to build 1,200 seats, I can go less, but if we're not going to build an auditorium that the kids all can sit in, the students all can sit in, then let's look outside, because I don't want to disturb that building that we have there. Let's look outside, and that means pitting athletics against performing arts. So I can live without any turf fields. That's okay with me, but we're going to lose money because nobody's going to come over to us and rent our facility when the snow and the water is knee-deep around here, and there's no, in Lewiston they have no snow on the turf field. So I guess my thought is that the first thing is important, that we have 1,000 seats, at least 1,000 seats in that auditorium, so that the kids all can hear a program together on it. And I think we had a presentation done by the Performing Arts Committee, and I don't have it, but you might have it. What it said to us was that they have had in the past year 39 presentations, roughly around 39 uses of a facility, be it the auditorium, be it the gym, be it Franco, be it CLT. They've had 39 presentations, whatever. They've used it for other things too on it. So it's a well-used concept that we have nothing for right now. So I guess my feeling is do away with the 245 extra parking spaces. Do away with the hardscaping on it. But let's give the kids an opportunity to have this building as the building committee and the athletic committee and the performing arts committee and the sustainability committee all made it. And we've been at it for 2.5 years. We have been here working for this 2.5 years. And to say that you don't want what we have designed, that's typical.
Councilor Walker and then Mrs. Gaudier.
Thank you very much. I'd like to go back to what Andy said here a few minutes ago. I would propose that $11,500,000 would be what we would put out there, and the school committee, building committee, and the rest of you can decide what you want to cut to get to that point if the voters say we have $11.5 million. So I would hope that the council would agree with that, and if you got a different number, throw it out there. Don't be afraid to do it. But I say $11,500,000, and we can move on. You don't have to cut any seats. You can spend it all right there if you want to.
Can I have clarification, Leroy? Do you mean second question, 11.5?
Second question.
Mrs. Gaudier and then Councilor Lasagna.
Sometime.
And then Councilor Foyne.
Waving my hand for quite a while.
Yeah.
I heard about 6 weeks ago that you people would support 15 million. At that point, the state, our cost was about 23 million, if I remember correctly. We've been very diligently getting down to below 15 million. To drop it now to 11.5 is really snubbing our nose to spite our face. It really is. It's too late to do that. As far as the 1,200 seats, I worked in the building for 25 years. Every time, or the few times that we tried to have an all-school assembly, we had to not have the physical education classes while the custodians pulled the bleachers out. There was a tremendous impact on that kind of thing. We could not constantly do that. So we didn't have all school assemblies. It was a detriment to the enrichment for our kids. If we're having a school built for 1,100 students and we have a faculty of about 100, then we need a 1,200-seat auditorium, regardless of whether or not we turn it into some premier concert thing. This is for the students. It's for enrichment, it's for learning, it's for academic purposes for our students. I wish that you would consider that. I've also heard that if we don't do this in Auburn, then the city across the river is going to do this. And my question is, why can't we do it on this side of the river? Thank you.
Council Lasagna?
Councilor Walker, the 11.5 million came from what? What's that based on, that amount?
That was my number from a long time ago.
Is it based on the actual
I
building?
leave that
or-
up to the school department to do whatever they want to do to get to that number.
And is that something that people have said to you they would accept?
Could you please speak into the mic?
Is that 11.5 million something that people said they would accept? I'm just curious what that number came from.
There are a lot of people that have said that they won't accept anything on this side of the equation. The number has been thrown around from anywhere from when we started a long time ago, 22, 15, 10, 5. It's just been something bounced around from a lot of people. There's a heck of a lot of people that don't want it at all, this expense. They want the school. They want the state to build it. It's going to be a beautiful high school. The $11,500,000 for the second question will allow the school department to do almost everything they want to do.
So clarification again, so Leroy, in the first question would be the state only. There wouldn't be the $3 million in local in the first question, and 11.5 in the second question, for a total of 14.5.
11.5 would be what we would bond for the city.
Okay, that's why I'm asking for clarification.
Councilor Hayes and then Councilor Fournier, or Councilor Fournier.
I know. Alfreda's been trying.
All right.
I've seen her waving.
All right.
Thank you. I think when we think of what's going to be happening down the road when it comes time to see our referendum day, I've said all along that if we have one vote, there are a lot of people who have said that they will not vote for it if it's just one vote. And there are a lot of people who have been calling me and that I meet in the store, I meet in church, all of that, who are saying we definitely want 2 questions, because the second question will give the public some choice and a voice. And I know they have not, we've had representatives around the table, we've had a lot of meetings, we've had, open houses for that sort of thing, but, not all of the people were really there, so they need to be able to have that opportunity. We don't want to have a number that's so high that the public is going to vote no for it because it's still unaffordable for a lot of people. And I know I keep bringing that out there all of the time, but there are so many people who really are thinking of, okay, the budgets are coming up, and those budgets will impact, and then down the road, 20 years down the road, there will be a significant impact down the road, and can we keep up with the taxes? I think the one thing I have heard a lot about has been the auditorium. I think, we need an auditorium. We need to develop the finer arts, not just sports, because right now sports has got the better end of the deal. We need to really look at the right-brained child, and we need to really, take care of those students as well. I think that I would have no problem with saying a certain amount of money, and I think a couple of choices with a certain amount of money would be good, so that the public can say, okay, I can go with this one, or I'll go with the other one. But even when you had the 23, it actually was $24 million, that was really a lot of money to ask for. And so now, let's look at that range. Let's start with, the area where he is and go up to 15 million, but maybe have 2 choices there. or 3 in terms of how much are you willing to pay for, and then have the building committee make those decisions on what you would like to put that money on, because that is, I have no problem with that. But just at least know, and I agree with what you said, Bonnie. I think, you know, the 1,200 is a lot. And I know that you're never going to be having students in that room, in that auditorium, all of the time. It's not going to be day long. There'll be times when they'll all be in there, but in the course of the day, that room will be vacant at different times. So to me, it's more reasonable to bring it down a little bit. I think 1,000 is even more than I would want, but maybe you'll find that you'd be able to do the 1,000. But just give the public, the citizens, some voice, and go from there. Bless you.
Councilor Hayes.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Actually, just getting back to Councilor Walker's suggestion, I think would actually be only one question, including the 1.5 that Councilor Walker suggested. But I see that could be easily still having a second question. What you've done is shaved off another $3 million. I think second question, I think the buck stops with us collectively. We've had the building committee working, and they've done a diligent job, and they've taken it to the public. Yes, we've all heard from some of the public, but I think in my mind, it's been a vocal minority. I think the majority of this community, yes, they want a choice. They want a second question, but they want more than the basic, and they're looking for us, because we've been voted here to make some decisions. We've got to make that decision. I think that, as we've talked about it, and I like the idea of actually not one bond or bonding it one time. We have an opportunity to bond up front. Again, a lot of the outside areas are not going to be worked on until we're about ready to put out the second bond. I think if we leave something dangling out there that we haven't covered, that even if the second bond doesn't pass, there's going to be an outcry, and I bet we'll get a lot more participation on the contribution side to get those things. And I think even as we talk about the Performing Arts Center, maybe we could do away with 200 seats, get it down to an auditorium. And Performing Arts Center also includes a lot of other things, and I think I asked a question earlier. We can build in structurally what is needed to carry the lighting, the sound, the rigging, the catwalk. Those things can be added. There will be an extra cost, but at least if the structure is there to support them. So I think that we do need to sit down and look at the items. I came up with maybe $7 million splitting the 14.5 if we really wanted to split it, to keep 7.5 question 1 and close to $7 million on question 2. So I think that's what we need to do.
Are there any other counselors or school committee members who would like to ask a question or make a comment? Councilor Gary?
Thank you, Mr. Manager. I agree. I was one of them that said that I would support up to $15 million, but that was with the fundraising of more than what is listed here. That's why I support what Councilor Walker says. I'd like to see it at what he proposed and have you guys fundraise to raise up the amount of money so that you guys raise at least $3 to $4 more million.
Can't do that.
Okay. Councilor Young.
It's been a very interesting process, and I'm beginning to feel that they selected the wrong people to be on the committee. This is not a town meeting. You charged a committee to come up, take the curriculum, design a school to fit the curriculum, And this is what this committee came up with. They took input. Yes, we did hear some people, that's too much. I heard one city councilor say, we'll just cut them off at the knees. They'll come up with the money. They can find it. They always do. But you're setting the stage for us to fail. We need this school, and I could see having a question of, since the public wants to weigh in, do they want 1,000 seats or 200 more seats? That could be a possible thing. Or we could just bond out the sports part later. But it seems like we're being in an auction. Who can come up with the lowest bid? And I think we're making a totally disservice, not only to the students of Auburn, but the parents and the grandparents as well.
Councilor Titus and then Councilor Hayes.
I just wanted to answer, because I appreciate what the building committee did and the work that I know what the kind of work that went into it. One of the concerns that I had was from very beginning, and I asked numerous times for us to get involved in the budgeting process before we got too far into the building committee's deliberations, because I feared that if there was no budget, just shoot the moon. We started at 43 million and we whittled it down to 23 or 4 million. Well, actually, we whittled down about 30 million, then down to 23 and down to 15. But there was no talk at all through that entire process. You know, there's a budget. Do you think we ought to ask elected officials if they have an idea of how much they think the local share could really afford, or do we just go for it and find out how it ends up? And that's what we did. So I for one, think it should be one question and just go with the 15 million, because at this point we really can't cut this out and change this and muddy up the waters. But I'm hoping that there's time to, maybe if it fails, to go to a smaller referendum. And I think we have a 4 or 5 month time period that we might be able to go back to referendum.
Yes.
And see if we can get us a smaller amount passed if the 15 doesn't pass, possibly. Because I'm just saying that my whole, the reason I bring that up is because you're right. It must be hard for the building committee to hear this. But I wish that the building committee or management that was involved there would say, go to public officials and say what they think the budget really, what do you think voters will actually accept? What do you think we can afford?
Why was the conversation then about up to 15
Well, that was
million,
long
say,
after the
Andy?
building committee had done all
No,
the work. That
no.
started a month and a half ago is when that number
It
started.
wasn't a
I think.
month and a half ago.
Yeah, it was.
But Andy,
Before we were asked, okay, what do you think? And I told you my ceiling was 15 million, but that was a month and a half ago, not 2 years ago or a year ago when the building committee was deliberating.
So can we answer the question that Councilor Titus raised, just raised a few moments ago, and then we'll go to Mrs. Gaudier.
Yeah, I think the question is, if it does fail, what course of action do we take then?
Right.
And the idea is, I think it's Lisa's checking her notes to see what the state has weighed in on that, because it's a very uncommon situation, but is that you have a pretty small window to.
Right, I know it's very short.
Yeah, and we weren't sure if it was 60 days or plus or minus from there, but I think that's what we're checking on.
I heard something like 4 months we had.
It's a short,
So
pretty short
you
window.
need to have your referendum approval within 6 months of the state concept approval.
Okay, and where does that put us for the final, the deadline? 6
Approval
months,
was April,
so 6 months from April something.
so you have until October.
So October. I mean, if that should happen to be something, we could go back to referendum and see if we can get a smaller number, more palatable number to the voters. I mean, possibly. Because I really do believe that the public should weigh in on this, and I think that if they were going to pass it in one question, they'll also pass it in 2 questions.
Mrs.
But if they
Gaudier
don't,
and then Councilor Fournier.
then we could have that option to go, okay, a smaller amount, see what happens. But at this point, it's really hard for us to completely rewrite the rule book. We should have been doing this 5 months ago.
I'd like to thank you, Andy, because I would like to see the 15 million as written, because I heard a concern from Belinda here that we should do more fundraising. If we put the number down to 11 or 12 million and we fundraise, you've already told us we can't add that afterwards. So I think that if we could put it out at the 15 million, remember, that's only the top of what we're going to bond. We might not have to bond that much if we raise the money, if the CIP goes through, if the contingency fund isn't there. But at least if it's passed, we can still do the project. And if it doesn't pass, Andy, you're right, then if we would give until October, although I'm hoping that doesn't happen, that would give us time to go in at a lower amount and maybe take some of the things off. But let's fly and see if this flies.
Councilor Fournier, then Councilor Gary, and then Joe.
Starting to get a little convoluted. Looking at, I'm still not in favor of one question because I'm so afraid that that is going to, be voted down. I still like the concept of 2 questions so that we know for sure, of course, that we all want the school, no question about that. But the other one, if there's a no on that second question, if we're selecting stuff, then we have to go back and decide what to do. But if we just leave a figure there, a figure that's voted on will be what we have. We don't have to go back to referendum, and that's costly to go back to referendum again. I was looking over the paperwork for the budget. I'm going like, oh my goodness, it costs a lot to have, the referendum, and I would prefer not wasting money. So I think if we have a reasonable amount or amounts within that second question, then whatever that amount is what it's going to be, and you guys do your thing, That's where I'm going.
The Gary, Joe, Jim, is that?
Just want to clarify,
Yeah, and I know Councilor Hayes does. Do you need to say something right now?
Well, just in terms of the timing, so in addition to the 6 months from concept approval, I just want to be clear, you're also required to have your construction contracts in place within 9 months of your referendum vote. So if the larger question is approved in June, and then you delay to do your local-only question within that 6-month window, you're still running your 9 months of having your bids and construction contracts signed from the June date. I mean, you're really compressing yourself in a lot of different ways. I just want to mention that just so you didn't misunderstand that there was just kind of open-ended to that point. And just on the adjusting the fundraising, so you have approved, the state has approved a budget which has the bonded amount and the amount of the local-only, the other non-bonded funds. If you're materially changing that, there's a possibility we're going back to the state to amend the concept approval itself. There's just we're just on a track which the state is used to and which we're used to, and the things we're talking about potentially are moving it off the track with some unintended consequences in terms of lining the state up, in terms of what you want to do with your alternate. I'm not advocating, I'm just explaining that there are some time constraints that will begin to impinge on you, including going back to the state to get a second approval from them with whatever it requires to go and do those presentations.
Yeah, just a quick comment for what it's worth. That's the kind of discussion that we heard at the last school building committee meeting that led people to go with one question, I would say. Councilor Gary?
Thank you, Mr. Manager. But it's not unheard of, and it is doable. If the school committee or the people donated more money and they had to fundraise, say, $3 more million, you can go back and ask the state and amend things.
Yep, and you could also reduce, so in terms of your vote, you'll have established the maximum cost of that project, and and if you were to put a local-only bond out for $15 million and then fundraise $3 million, you could issue fewer bonds, $12 million, and then you probably would go back and get your final funding approval adjusted to reflect the alternate sources.
Joe, and then Councilor Hayes, and then Councilor Titus, and Councilor Lasagna.
What would be interesting is that, as a practical matter, with the schedule I outlined earlier, theoretically you'd have until October 2022 to figure out how much funds you fundraised, because that's the second bonds. The bad news is, how do you tell a contractor that we didn't raise the $3 million, and so you're going to have to take those seats out and we can't pay you for them? So at some point, you have to figure out how big the project is for the contractor to do it. But from a bond issuance point of view, you've got until October 22 to figure out bonds, fundraising, notwithstanding the school process has to be complied with also.
Councilor Hayes?
I guess a couple of comments. One, I think going back to
Microphone.
Councilor Young's comments, let's remember, yes, first it's a school, but second it's a community facility. And I think in the past, I don't know, couple, 3 decades, I think we've lost the adult population of this community because we don't have a high school that's inviting to them.
Good point.
You know, what we have before us is a facility that invites the whole community in. So I think we have to recognize that we're building more than our high school. This is a community center. So I think it's a wise investment to get as much as we can. Again, if it's bonding $50 million to get $122 million worth of facility, that's great. I disagree with Mr. Titus. I think putting out a figure up front arbitrarily doesn't recognize the value of the building committee, having a group come together, really recognizing the needs of the student and needs of the community. If we just arbitrarily said, this is all we're going to do, what basis is that on? So no, I think that the building committee has done a terrific job. We need to present it to the public in a way that, there's some choices. And I think that's the reason why we're discussing this, a second question. And I think we're given the opportunity with phasing it, the bonding, in 2 separate issues. It really does give us an opportunity. I go back. We've got to get the shell. I mean, that's basic. So the outside facilities, other than the athletic field, we've got to address that. We want a field that is artificial turf, so that's got to be done right up front, part of question 1. But I think we can take at least $3 million and put it in a second question. I think we could get to 5, maybe 6. I think we've got another meeting, Wednesday night? I think we need to come back, and that's going to be our focus, to me, is to keep the shell, but find in the second question, $3 to $5 million that we can put out to be a real choice to the public.
Councilor Titus and then Councilor Lasagna.
I'm sorry that you didn't agree with me. But no, yeah. But I do want to say that, and again, it goes back to grassroots. We're spending the public's money, and yet we don't have a budget. Just whatever you want to do, do it. And that always aggravates me. I'm sorry. So if it's not part of the process and not correct, I'm sorry, but I just feel like we should have had something to go on before we started. But my question has to do with adding a couple of things. For instance, part of question 2 to include the fundraising, or question 1, I don't see it is in this language at all. Is it somewhere
The last sentence.
But it doesn't say that, it just doesn't say any amount. We talked about $3 to $5 million in fundraising and $1.5 million in CIP. That's not, the numbers aren't here.
Because you don't know the exact amount. You know the capital improvement dollars, but you don't know the fundraising dollars.
Well, we don't know, but we had a range. We said we were going to attempt to raise $3 to $5 million, but we don't want to put a number in instead of just saying minus any grants or whatever. Wouldn't want to do that. It might help the cause if people see that there's going to be an effort to go try to raise $3 to $5 million, which wouldn't affect the bonding or the construction because it's still approved. It's just whether we bond for it or we get money from fundraising.
Sure.
So it wouldn't affect whether we go forward with it or not. It would affect how much it costs a taxpayer, and maybe would more people would want to donate or get involved in a fundraising campaign. But if it showed here that was the goal, which again, it could be a $10 million bond by the time it's done if we have an effective fundraising campaign.
So I don't think the question would properly describe the amount you hope to fundraise. What it could indicate is that an amount that was authorized to be bonded and that amount would be reduced by
any fundraising and so on. Yeah.
But we wouldn't.
We just want to make sure the numbers.
The amount that it would be.
Okay. So we got to make sure the numbers match 105.8, and then there's 14.5, but there's 1.5 in CIP. That if are the numbers going to match, or we're not going to, people will add it up and say, wait a minute, that doesn't come up to 122.
I'm sorry,
When you're looking at the ballot question, they're expecting to vote for 122 as a total
Yep.
project cost. But 105, and what if we put 14, up to 15 million, that doesn't come up to the 122, so there's no real place for the addition.
That's correct. We, as a,
I mean, most people are going to look at that and say, "Yeah, that doesn't come up to 122.
Yeah.
Am I voting for 122 or am I voting for 120? Or what am I voting for here?"
yeah, that's a good point. We went through various iterations about what was overly complicated for people to go into a
Don't worry about
booth
that.
and read it versus
When it-
not. And
yeah.
so we could certainly say,
We had
Well, it also shows the effort that there's money already been saved aside for this.
Yep.
And that's why I say the fundraising effort in there, and I really think that it being in there will definitely help people be inspired to make the best effort to make it happen.
Councilor Lasagna and then Mrs. Hayes.
What I wouldn't want to do is come up with an arbitrary amount that we put into the second question. Based on what? Somebody may say, well, if it's 11.5, I'll vote for it. If it's 11.7, I won't. And if it's 10.9, I will. And if it's, it's not based on the reality of either what we're trying to achieve or what is achievable if we do decide to make changes. So I think having an arbitrary amount is not the way to go.
Mrs. Hayes.
Why don't you come over here?
No. Andy, I have to say that for 2.5 years, we had 2 counselors. We had 4 counselors, really. 2 with the prior mayor and 2 with this mayor. We didn't build the school on a budget, right, Mark? That's not how we build it, right? We build it on a student needs on it. Were there any budgets, go ahead, were there any funds attached to it?
I think what we began with was trying to understand what the needs of both the community and the school was, and then developed in concert with open houses and a lot of discussion amongst the building committee, forums, to determine what those were.
So there was input, Andy. There was input. Holly and Dave, and then there was 2 other counselors in the prior years that they had input, and these 2 were very receptive and very good to work with on it. So if we don't think that our citizens can take and pay their taxes with this amount of money, how in the heck are we going to raise $3 to $5 million in this town in fundraising? We would have to hit many, many important businesses up, including Titus Incorporated.
Absolutely.
So, but that's...
But I don't want to poo-poo that, because if you're saying it can't be done, then we don't want...
I'm not saying that it can't be done.
Now we're really,
I'm saying it, I'm not saying that.
Okay.
I have fundraised for 40 years in this community. I know how to fundraise in this community on it. And you know what? I see what Mount Blue did in theirs. They have a fantastic auditorium, and that was one medium-sized insurance agent who believed in education, and he funded it. I can't find one medium insurance agency in this city that would do this.
Once we have the project approved, as
So let's
Superintendent
approve it
said,
and go for the 15 million,
it's
like you
approved.
said, Andy. I agree with you.
That's what I mean. Once it's approved, and now we know.
Right,
But then,
absolutely,
But again,
absolutely. Let's go.
we got to commit to it, that we're going to, that's a goal that we're really going to try to shoot for and get that down.
Absolutely.
That's exactly what I said. I don't want to say that it's not possible, even if it's only 2 million, 3 million, whatever it is. But I think
Let's
you'll
do it,
find
yes.
that
Let's go for the 15
based
million.
on what people are talking about, there may be a chance to get some good fundraising going on that. I don't know.
So, are there other counselors or school committee members that have a question or a comment at this point? Councilor Walker?
No comment, except we got a long night ahead of us, and I think we've beat this one half to death.
Well, I think it's an important issue. We
meet again on Wednesday,
We do.
6 to 7, and we've heard a lot of feedback. So we can discuss with building committee. I mean, we don't have an official meeting, but we do have an email exchanging that we can do around the second question is, Frida mentioned the performing arts, the size of the performing arts. We can talk about certain things. We have 48 hours, or how many hours? But go
Yeah.
ahead.
Before we finish, I said this the other night at a council meeting. As city manager, I provide advice and guidance to the city council and to the mayor. This is a great opportunity for this community, and I think we need to think about what the return on the investment will be, as Mayor Levesque likes to say. I think that this is going to help position us going forward. I understand the concerns that people have raised about affordability. I've been to all the school building committee members, except for one, I think, since I became city manager. I've sat on building committees before. I'll use the example of the Cumberland County Civic Center renovation. That was for $33 million. And Councilor Titus, I appreciate and respect you very much. I can tell you there was a school building committee member who picked an arbitrary figure, and we all regretted it afterwards because we didn't go through a thoughtful process of thinking about what do we need and what would really help us in terms of the region with the renovation of the Civic Center. So there are things that were not included that people regretted afterwards. I believe that we need to think in terms of the big picture for the city of Auburn. We did a sports tourism study a year ago, and it showed that there's an opportunity here for both cities, for this region, with sports tourism. We have an opportunity with this proposed new high school to have potentially 2 new turf fields that could help us in terms of being competitive in that arena, so to speak. I think that we need to be competitive. I think we need to be looking at what are the things that we can invest in as a city that will help move us forward. I regret the fact that the municipal revenue sharing has been shifted to the state by 60% over the last 9 years. If it wasn't for that fact, I believe that the city's mill rate would be less than $20. But that's not the case. So it is a challenge. But I think going forward, we have to look at what are the things that we can invest in that are going to help move us forward as a city. And I do believe in the end, this proposed new high school with some changes, and I think the voters need to have the opportunity, I think, to vote on a second question. That's my own opinion. But I do think that this is an investment that is an important one for the community for years to come. And I appreciate all the cooperation tonight. Thank you very much.
Can I just ask what the plan is for Wednesday night? What are we doing? How are we doing this?
So, Katie, do you want to respond? Do you want me to respond?
I'm going to go up in my office. No, I'm.
Well, I can just, procedurally.
Go ahead, Jim.
There'll be, there needs to be 2 readings on a bond order.
Yep.
So the first reading, unless it's waived, would be Monday night. So that would be the start of the official process of the bond.
Wednesday
order
night.
question.
Wednesday night would
I'm
be
sorry, Wednesday night. If you decided Wednesday was still premature for the actual form, then you would be, you're scheduled for a public hearing on
29th.
the following Monday.
Correct.
So if you did not have first reading because you're not ready, you would have, on the following Monday, you would then have to vote to waive having a second reading on a separate day, which you could do under your charter. So the setup procedurally is a first reading and then second reading, or if that's not ready, you'd then have those in one day by a vote unanimously of the council to do them on the same day.
All right.
So what I plan to do is email the building committee. There are many members in the audience. I think most of them are here. Maybe even grab them as I walk out the door and talk with them about what the possibilities. Hearing that there seems to be some desire, if I for a second question, if I think of Belinda, Leroy, Holly, and so we can talk, Alfreda, Bob. We can talk about what that would look like, and we can do that after this meeting. If not, we're going to have to probably, have calls and phone calls because we only have 48 hours. So,
Is there, if it's proper and appropriate and people are okay with this and comfortable, what's the sense of the counselors here in terms of having 2 questions? Would you like to have 2 questions? Raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And Councilors Lasagna and Councilor Young, one question? Am I reading that right? Okay. All right. Okay. All right.
Thank you.
And before we finish, Sue, as city clerk, is there anything you want to add?
I did post the agenda for Wednesday, and we've got the two bond questions. The referendum, the ballot referendum question is going to be voted on the 29th, because that requires only one reading.
Okay. All right. Very good.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
We'll take a recess for about 10 minutes.
Oh, good, I have to go to the bathroom.
You guys have a rest of another meeting?
Good evening again.
I'm good.
This is still April 22nd. This is a city council workshop and special meeting. For the city council budget workshop, we have a number of departments that you'll be hearing from department directors, human resources, IT, city clerk, city manager, elected officials budget, finance, facilities, and the library. And then we have some other business, so there'll need to be a city council meeting. So, if everyone is set, we can start with human resources. Chris Mumas, the Human Resources Director. Is that all right with the council? Chris.
Good evening, Council. I thought we'd start off with our achievements that we had in the Human Resource Department for this past year. First off, as you all know, we completed the pay study. This was a huge task, and we managed through it and came out. We revised our evaluation system. We had been using an old system previous, and we revised it, and we included in this new system a personal development plan, which helps the employees become vested in their careers, so they know where they want to be in the future with the City of Auburn. And I had mentioned in previous years that we really needed to move forward in going paperless. We used our existing software, Munis, through Tyler Technologies, and we have pushed forward with that. Currently, we have about 40% of our employees who are now paperless, and we are moving forward now to the larger departments to do that. So it was a lot of work, but we are very happy with the results. The budget drivers for this year, the first is professional development. This is HR trainings outside our office. For example, sexual harassment training, ethics trainings, things like that, that would be for all of the employees. Secondly, training and tuition for within our office. Both Sherry and I are working towards being SHRM certified, and we need to maintain so many classes in order to achieve that or maintain those levels. This includes various labor law classes. This also includes where our local government HR conference is, as well as the state HR conference. Comes out of this budget. And lastly, there was an increase in our travel budget. With the Munis software that we are using, they have given us free national conference passes, and so they are at various locations, and so this coming year it will be out of state again, and so we've included airline and hotel stays in this travel.
Chris, before the counselors ask questions, make comments, can you just elaborate a little bit on the Munis and how that has been beneficial to HR and to the city and the employees?
Sure, and Paul may touch on it as well. So we've had Munis software since 2005. We were using it primarily for payroll and for finances, but we weren't using it to the extent that we could be, and we still probably have only done about 50% of what their capabilities are. When we wanted to push to go paperless, we really took a good look at what Munis has in the system and pushed forward, and we have been training, putting extensive training hours. I don't know, Paul, do you want me to comment on Jill Cunningham, who is Paul's personnel, as well as Sherry Buck, who have been training have been recognized. The City of Auburn was recognized, as well as Jill Cunningham was able to sit on a panel at this year's nationwide conference, one of 4 people across the U.S. Who was chosen, because Auburn has moved forward so much with this Munis software. So we do our OSHA reports out of that package now, as well as all our trainings are logged in there. There's quite far extensive things that we could be doing with it, but like I said, we're just tapping into those layers right now.
Thank you, Chris. Counselors? Go ahead. Councilor Lasagna and then Councilor Fournier.
Thank you. This is a well-thought-out budget with just a small increase. One question, maybe you said this and I misheard you. In terms of travel, travel has gone down. Are you saying that it's being provided by other people?
My travel budget went up for seminar travel.
Travel mileage?
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry, travel seminar.
Oh, okay, okay, I know that. Thank you.
Councilor Fournier?
Thank you. Borrow this for a minute. Thank you very much. For 2 people, you do cover a lot of territory, and you do it very well. And I'm very happy that we have an HR, department here, because I know that we don't have that in the school department. With all the people that's in that department, we're lacking with that. So thank you for that service. It really does a great job for all of us. You did answer a question for me. I had 3 questions. One was on page 1 of the sub-pages, having to do with the other sub-operating, has to do with equipment, and it's $1,200. Is this required by federal guidelines? On page 1,
Yes, so that equipment, we have emergency supplies for a pandemic flu or for city or statewide emergency. They expire, actually, so we've had to replace them. So that money is in there to do like a continuous replacement. They had been expired and we needed to replace
do we
them.
dovetail with the emergency preparedness in Androscoggin County? Do we dovetail with them?
That, I can get back to you on that question?
No, yes, we do.
Okay.
So it's a collaborative
Because I
effort.
recall we used to do that when I
Yeah.
was commissioner.
Correct. Each community is responsible for this component, and then EMA
Okay.
has the much larger
Gotcha. Now,
overview of the county.
thank you. Now I understand. That makes sense. And then for me, the other 2 items was, one was on page 2, which is the training tuition, and it's an increase of $1,666. So it's more than the FY18 actual. So that is, $3,000 recommended. That is because of this training that you need to do? Is that what it is?
For our certifications, yes.
For your certification?
So my HR specialist is actually getting certified as well. And so money was put in there for her certifications as well.
Okay, great. And then, of course, the travel seminar costs on page 3, that has to do because you're taking a plane. You're taking a jet plane, gonna leave on a jet plane. There you go. That explains it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Other questions? Councilor Titus.
Thank you very much, Mr. Manager. No, I want to echo the same concerns about training, tuition. The only thing that councils can do is look at previous history. We really don't know how to run a department, but we look at what happens previously. That's our only. So when we see of the $3,200 increase, I counted about $5,000 in additional money being spent for things like tuition, that kind of stuff. So it concerns me, and I see it throughout the budget too. I'm looking at all departments, and I'm seeing tuition, training budgets doubling and tripling. And so I'm a little bit concerned. If we didn't have to do it before, all of a sudden now we have to. So maybe an explanation from the manager, but saying we were doing things wrong before and we're in trouble, or because I see a trend throughout most of the budgets.
Yeah, I'm not going to say we were doing things wrong before, but I think there's a deliberate attempt to invest more in the employees. And in the past, there have been some tough budgets with the city.
And we have them now.
I know we do. I understand that, but I think to some extent we're catching up. And I think that the employees that we have, we're very fortunate to have the employees that we do. And my own opinion is that I think when we invest in the employees, we're going to get back what we invested more. So, you know, these decisions that are being made in the discussions that we have with the department directors when the budgets are reviewed, we take it pretty seriously in terms of what we're doing, and would not be recommending these increases if I didn't think that they would help us as an organization, and also show the employees that we believe in them and that they are our most important asset, which I do believe they are as a city.
Okay, I appreciate that. Maybe if there was a trend of doubling or tripling our training budget, the council should be kind of told as a philosophy, because again, as policymakers, we can support a policy or support a trend and not just have it kind of go into the budget and then now we have to talk about during
Well, I
a
appreciate
very busy time.
I appreciate the question. You know, my experience with budgets is that oftentimes that's what happens during budgets. Is that that's the one time of the year where you really, as an organization, whether it's the city of Auburn, the city of Lewiston, or Cumberland County, or the city of Portland, or you name a municipality, that's when the elected officials and the appointed officials have an opportunity, department directors, an opportunity to be able to talk about some of these things and review them and talk about philosophies and what we're trying to accomplish.
If I could, I would just add one other thing, is that you also have new directors and long-term employees that have changed over. So when Chris talks about certification, it's because she's a new HR director. That requires added certification. You have a new fire chief, you have a new police chief, new deputy chiefs. So when you start looking at some of those training costs, not only that, but also then there's other changes that the state mandates that they have to maintain their certification, especially law enforcement, EMS, fire. And then also, one item that Chris had mentioned was that some of the changes with the state statute regarding sexual harassment training is now required to be in-person training, where in the past, we've been able to do online training for that component, where now they will need to sit in a classroom with an instructor. That's added cost.
Yep. Thank you, Phil. Councilor Walker?
Thank you. Looking at it, like it says last year, and you got $3,500, and then this year you go up to $3,630. The only thing I'd like to request is there's a little bit more. I have no knowledge that you spent $2 or $3,000 last year. You said you needed it or have it, but I don't see where it says it.
The actual is in your first column. Actual 2018 on the front page.
Front page?
Yep. Summary page.
Right on the master list.
Right up to the first page.
And the other thing I would like is, if you would, how many people have a CDL license that we actually would use that money for as we move forward? I think it would be interesting to know, how many are actually using that.
We can provide that information. Any other questions? Hearing none, thank you very much. Thank you, Chris. Next is Paul Frazier, the IT Director.
Good evening. So, obviously, we'll take any questions you have, but I thought I'd start with going over some of the budget drivers that are on the screen now. The first one, the computer hardware, shows us a $10,000 increase. It's important to note when you consider that typically we've spent between $10,000 and $20,000 every year on computer hardware. Last year, just as we got into the budget process, a shortfall was discovered, and we were asked to make drastic cuts wherever we could. So a lot of expenses were deferred in this current year. And if you go back and look at if you look at the actuals for 18, for example, in the computer hardware, we spent $18,000 and some change, and it got cut pretty drastically in this current year down to $6,000. So the request is for $16,000, which, yes, is a $10,000 increase over this year's, but is actually about a 40% decrease over our traditional levels. The same applies for the third item on the slide on the screen, which is the computer software. That looks like a big increase at $10,000, but that's up from zero in the current year, which is another cut that was made to accommodate a very difficult budget in the current year. Travel and seminars, $2,700 increase. Chris barely touched on the value that we get from sending staff to seminars. This is where people get the ideas. This is how we network with other people in our field. Rosemary Mosier goes to the ESRI conference or local versions of the ESRI conference, and that's where she gets a lot of these ideas. And she's becoming an authority in GIS and is called upon to present at conferences now, because we're doing things in the city of Auburn that other towns much, much bigger than ours are only just starting to think about doing. And this is a chance for her to go and talk to the other professionals and explain what we do here and share those ideas and also pick up other ideas. Chris mentioned Jill Cunningham going to the Tyler Conference. That was in Dallas this year. And then what we got back from that is much more than we put into it. Yes, we flew an employee to Dallas and put her up in a hotel, but she was on a panel. It was nationally recognized by Tyler Technologies for her abilities and for her knowledge. And then she, again, networks with a bunch of people and sees other ways that this can be done, and things that we could be doing that we haven't thought of yet, and then it comes back and rolls out those ideas. Next week, I'm going to be in Denver. It doesn't cost us anything. Homeland Security sends me to the cybersecurity conference annually, and it's a chance for me to talk to other people that are doing cybersecurity and find out what's new, what's come up since last year, what's changed. It's a constantly changing environment, and this is how we keep up. I'm personally a very strong supporter of education. I think what we get back from educating our employees is far more than we put into it. 4 years ago, I was a staff of one, and I did whatever education I could, and I do pay for my own education. I don't expect the city to pay for mine, but I don't expect to ask my staff to pay for their own. So we pay for staff to get educated, and we have several staff people who are taking college-level classes and are learning a lot about the field, which comes back to us. We benefit from that. We have another staff person who is an instructor at the college level. Rosemary teaches. And so that also benefits the city of Auburn. So I think that explains the first three. The fourth one is the big one, the very large increase in our software licensing. And I've been talking about this for the last 3 years now, that we were moving to hosted services and that there was going to be a bump when we came out. At some point, this was going to be a big increase in our salary budget, or our licensing budget. Last year, in these discussions, the council asked that we take that out of CIP and that those licensing costs should only be in operating. So this is the first year that they are all in the operating budget, and that is the big chunk of that increase there. Apart from that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Paul, before the councilors ask the question, just to have you follow up on something. The city of Augusta just recently had an issue with cybersecurity and ransom software type situation. You want to talk a little bit about that and what we're doing in terms of the cloud?
Sure. There's not been much detail out about exactly what happened there, but ransomware is when somebody on the staff accidentally opens an email or clicks on a link that they should not have clicked and infects their computer and all the network resources attached to that computer. And those become encrypted, and for a fee, the criminals, the attackers, will decrypt that or give you the key to decrypt. One of the reasons that I've been pushing so hard for us to move to hosted solutions up in the cloud is that insulates us from that. We've transferred that risk from absorbing that ourselves to putting that on the back of somebody else. Microsoft, for example, most of our files were rapidly, and I'm probably repeating myself because I think I just talked about this about 3 weeks ago when I presented to the council. We've moved a lot of our files out of the basement here to cloud services where they're protected by hundreds of people working on the security aspects in Microsoft. It's not just a ransomware attack. We are also in a flood zone in this building. We have issues with pandemic diseases and things like that that could force us to close this building. With our resources being cloud-based, any place we can get to the internet, we can do business. We can process the work that the city does from just about any location because we've moved so many of our resources out of here to the cloud.
Thank you, Paul. Questions? Councilor Fournier?
You did answer one of my questions that I had to do with the cloud first. I know that you've replaced the former terminals. And so it sounds like it's a lot more protected for all of us in terms of the information. Because I know what I do with my photos, and I put them in, I'm going like, one of these days they're going to say I don't have any more room in the cloud. But are you happy with that, with the cloud having?
Oh, yeah, it's working very well. And I was resistant. I was mistrustful for a long time of not having my actual hands on our data. I've been in this field for a long time, and that was a paradigm shift for me. But it works.
Good.
Our staff are all what's called CJIS certified for the criminal justice files, as is our cloud providers. That's one of our requirements when we're selecting how we're going to do that, is we're requiring that they be CJIS certified as well. So the security, frankly, is much better in the cloud than it would be here with just me trying to protect things.
That's feels good to know that. Another one was computer hardware. Of course, the manager recommendation was $24,000. Have these computers all reached their lifespan?
No. The ones that we're replacing, yes.
So you're not replacing all of them?
We are not replacing all the computers by any means.
Okay.
Windows 7 reaches end of life in January. At that point, I'm sorry, it's already past end of life. It's end of support in January coming up. So in about 8 months, we can't operate any Windows 7 machines. So we've been moving to Windows 10, which is self-replacing. It's I'm at a loss for that word there, but it's constantly changing, and the versions change automatically as updates happen, so we'll be at Windows 10 for a very long time. Some of our computers can be upgraded to Windows 10, but there's still a fair amount in the inventory that aren't able to be upgraded, and this will be replacing some of that. But this isn't just computer PC replacement. This is all sorts of stuff that we replace, or purchase new.
Thank you. And I know you have there's 6 staff of all of you. There are 6 of you. And so the manager recommendation for $5,700 for a travel seminar, that's for all of you folks, right?
5 of us, actually, but yes.
5, yes,
Yep.
okay. And is there anything significant about the increase? Is there anything particular that they're going to be doing that they weren't doing before in training?
It isn't. Part of it is travel costs.
Travel.
It raises that a lot. If a conference is in Boston, staff is expected to drive or take the train down. But we're seeing Dallas, Denver, San Antonio, places that I think it's important that we send people, but it's really not reasonable to train or drive. So we're putting people on planes.
Okay. And lastly, I know when we were working on with the strategic plan and Invest, we were talking about, gathering all of this information about what's going on here in Auburn. I was looking at your midterm goals, and I was thinking that perhaps I don't know if you've thought about speaking to linking all of the departments in the city and the school and the maps and schedules. You've got the manpower. Rosemary, for example, comes to mind. So do you think that would be something that you would be doing down the road in terms of putting that as one of your goals for the midterm goals, to start working on how we can link all of this information so that somebody can just put their finger on it and say, okay, this is where I'm going to go tonight because this is what's going on? Or
That's certainly something that we will talk about and look at, and we sort of do that routinely anyway. We are the support team for all the departments, not as much for the school, but we do cooperate a lot with the school department as well. And so there is a lot of that already going on.
Thank you very much for the great job you do.
Thank you.
And your staff. Thank you.
Other questions? Councilor Titus?
Thank you, Mr. Manager. I more wanted to make a point. A good explanation of this software licensing. We've been, spending a lot of money on that. But I guess my concern is I just wanted a little history. I mean, I was looking at 2016, the IT budget was $395,000. And now we're proposing $713,000. Since 2016, that's a huge increase. And I think it would help if we knew what we were getting. I understand security is one thing, but we always were taught that IT and all that was supposed to save us money and help us do a better job, and we can't live without it, or whatever the reasons are, because I just see that budget just continuing to grow. And if at this rate, another 3 or 4 years from now, we're going to be well over $1 million for IT. And I've asked before, are we ever going to get to a ceiling, a plateau, and we don't ever seem to get there?
Well, sure.
Go ahead, Paul.
Okay.
Yeah.
First, let me hit that last point first, is that I don't expect that there's going to be any more big jumps. I mean, this was a significant increase here, without question. What we see going forward is going to be the incremental 1 or 2% a year that the software providers charge us. The big upfront expense was moving to these hosted services. We only have one other application, a major application that I would like to see hosted. It is still on premises, and that's our assessing software. And we're just starting to explore how we can, move forward on that and do the same as well, which will have some sort of an impact financially as well. The other thing that has changed since 2016 is that probably was my last year as a department of one.
Well, I noticed that the employees.
So the salary
went from 146 to 300.
We absorbed Great Falls TV since that time, and a lot of other staff, other departments have been able to either decrease in staff or not increase in staff because of the technology that we're supporting. So it's not just that we're spending this money in the IT department for the tools that we use. This is primarily used by all of the other departments in the city. We only use a small piece of that.
It would be useful maybe at some point to get that information, just so I know that happens, but again, to look at a budget that's nearly doubled in 4 years is, just be nice to have. And also, I understand that software companies, computers themselves, if you say, yeah, can we do this? And I was always told by computers, yeah, anything you done, what do you want to spend?
Yeah, the hardware
does. So I just worry about wanting the latest and greatest, and then it costs money. Well, we still need it. I can't fight that.
So the hardware that we use is decreasing in cost. The software is increasing, and now that we've changed to this new model of doing things hosted outside of our organization, that cost increases as well.
And what did
my desktop computer, as head of IT, used to be a box that weighed probably 60 pounds and had multiple cards and graphics. I'm currently running off my Drive PC really is not any bigger. It's probably a little bit smaller than your tablet in front of you, and does everything that I do, and it's much less expensive. So the hardware costs have plummeted, and because we're hosting things on the cloud, we're not replacing servers and the really expensive iron in this building. We're not purchasing any more of that. We would have been due for a massive upgrade in storage and in the servers themselves had we not moved to the virtualization and the cloud. So that at least offsets some of that. I'm monopolizing the time here. I tend to talk. I love to talk about this.
Paul? Yeah, this only shows the expense. It doesn't show the income, right?
Correct.
Yeah, that's right. So the Great Falls TV being in there, there's also the 40%.
That would be in the revenue part of the budget. I think finance will go over through that.
Franchise.
Yeah, that'll be part of the finance presentation, I think. Some of the budget.
Lewiston gives 40% too of their share.
Yes.
And then we get the 60% goes in the general fund.
Correct.
Yeah, right. Other questions?
Just a little bit of my 2 cents here. The increase for the software license, I feel a little bit like Andy does it. That's one heck of a big jump, and you probably can't control it, but As we move through our budget, them kind of jumps there are going to really hurt us at the tail end when it comes time to pay the bills. So I'm hoping that we don't see that next year. And I have heard your comments say quite a few times saying that this will be the last big one. This will be the last big one. I've been around as long as you have.
Yeah.
This will be the last big one.
This will be the last big one. And you'll notice there was no CIP from IT this year. I do want to warn about looking at it strictly as a return on investment policy. This is more like an insurance policy as well. We are transferring risks outside of our organization. So we might not ever have a fire in this building or get hit by ransomware, or we may never get a flood in the basement where all of our servers are. And if we never do, then that money probably didn't have to be spent. But I don't think I'll ever really have a house fire at my home either, but I make sure I'm insured to a replacement value if I ever needed it. So besides just, the ROI on, $92,000 versus, we'd be looking at least $250,000 in just in hardware replacements here if we weren't doing this, but they would last several years. But the bigger piece of that is that we're insuring our operations and transferring that risk off of our shoulders to other people, and we pay them for that.
And I think the Augusta example is probably pretty relevant.
Very timely.
For us. Very timely. So if you look at, they shut down for 5 days. If we had to shut down for 5 days, that's about a $35,000 cost that we would have had if we had to do that. And like Paul said, it's an insurance. It doesn't say that it can't happen, but if it, where it's less likely to happen as a result of this investment.
Yes, I am not guaranteeing that we'll never get hacked. I wouldn't dare do that. I think one of the big dangers of Augusta was, 6 hours after it happened, they guaranteed that no data was lost. I think that was careless. I don't think they know that yet. But that was the position they took. I won't do that.
And Paul, this is the final year of implementation on the software licensing
Yes.
increase, right?
Correct. Yeah, we are still in that process. We are still implementing, moving our files off. We've moved about 2 terabytes so far, and there's about another terabyte to go.
Okay. Any other questions, comments? Councilor Gary?
Thank you, Mr. Manager. I support what the good IT manager is talking about. If, heaven forbid, we get a big power surge and it knocks out every computer in this building, it could wipe out all the data. And with it stored in the cloud, we can replace the computers and the software for them. But there's stuff that all the departments have worked on for years that's stored in these laptops or hard drives that can never be replaced.
Very good. Thank you, Paul. Next up is the city clerk, Sue Clemens Delaire.
Thank you, city councilors. Drivers of the budget, 3 of the 4 that are up there are all election related. Typically, we have 2 elections a year, one in November and one in June. However, there is a proposed bill to bring back the presidential preference primary. And from what I understand, it looks like it's probably going to pass. So we're likely going to have another election in March. But that's something that would happen just once every 4 years. So I've included those costs in my budget. Supplies have increased just over $2,100. That includes the cost of ballots, labels, absentee envelopes, and election day supplies. Election staff, it's approximately a $13,000 increase. That's to staff 5 polling places and central processing for 3 elections. And also taking into consideration the minimum wage will be increasing again due to the minimum wage law that went into effect in 2017. Voting machines, the state's contract with ES&S, our current vendor, expires in December. So the state is in the process of going out to bid to replace our current machines. At this point, they have no idea what the cost is going to be until the bids come in. So what you see in this section is basically my best guess as to what the cost might be. I did increase it a little bit, compared to what we've been paying. That includes programming and the cost for the lease. Also, under travel and mileage, you're going to see a $1,600 increase. That covers the cost for staff to attend the elections conference, the New England Clerk Conference, and mileage costs for various training. Most of our training takes place in either Portland, Augusta, Waterville, or Bangor. So we do have to pay mileage for that. I've also included the conference costs for staff to attend the Tyler Technology Conference, which is Munis and Energov. Energov is the business licensing program that we have, and I would like to send our licensing specialist if that gets approved. Also in the budget, record restoration and preservation. We're asking for $20,000 in the CIP budget for record restoration and preservation. The city has a statutory obligation to protect and preserve records of the city. In September of 2018, Coalfile Technologies, they're a document preservation company. They came in, they did an inventory, and provided a quote, which was approximately $600,000 to get our records preserved and purchase Mylar protective sleeves for some of the documents that we have, like the birth, death, and marriage records. So we did include $20,000 in the CIP budget for that. The picture on the top, last year in FY19, Council approved $1,500 in the budget for record restoration. So the picture on the top is a book that we had restored. They're Auburn Village. It's an Auburn Village book that dates back from 1856 to 1867. And the bottom picture is that book after it was restored. They go through this whole process. They de-acidify the paper. They re-sew the binding with linen stitching, and it's all archival material. And that's about it. Yes.
Council Lasagna.
One question, in terms of new machines, would they be the same optical scanners that we've got now?
I'm not sure. We haven't heard anything. Hopefully they would be a little bit faster than the ones that we're using. Right now we have 2 per polling place. It would be nice to be able to just go with one machine, but the ones that we currently have are fairly slow. But then again, with the ranked choice voting, I don't know how much that could impact that. So,
thank you.
Councilor Fournier?
Thank you, Mr. Manager. The travel mileage has increased, and if it were to be at the same level, would you be able to get the same coverage done in terms of travel and training?
We would probably eliminate the Tyler Technology Conference.
Okay. And that covers what?
That covers Munis training and Energov, which is a program that is used by the business licensing specialist. I know that other staff members have attended, and they said that they really got a lot out of the conference.
They did.
So, yeah.
One other question on that same one, the travel mileage. Do you feel you've had enough training yourself for areas where you would like to be trained?
I'm still attending, and one area that I would like more training on, but it's not something that's offered every year, is parliamentary procedure.
Yes, you read my mind.
Yeah, and it's not being offered this year. So, yeah,
rats. And the OT, the overtime, I'm assuming that's because of elections.
That is because of the elections,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah. Thank you very much, and you do a fabulous job. Thank you.
Councilor Young?
And there's election tomorrow.
There is an election tomorrow.
And what times do the polls open?
Polls open at 7 o'clock.
That's for Ward 4.
Ward 4.
And they'll be closed when?
8 o'clock.
8 o'clock.
Yep.
All those people in Ward 4, you need to vote tomorrow.
School committee.
School committee.
Yes.
School committee, only one position.
You can write your name in if you want.
I can
Right.
write it twice.
Any other questions? Council Walker?
I only have one concern, and it's travel and mileage. I think it's too much of a jump to take for this year coming out of the gate there. It's a lot of money for sending people in different places, so I just wish we could do something a little different to get this mileage and traveling down.
Thank you. Council Fornia?
One other question, it's beautiful looking. Is at some point in time, are we going to go into the cloud with the archival materials as well?
Well, we've talked about digitizing, but I don't,
Yeah.
Everything have to be
It's-
scanned.
I know, it's such a big, even that has to be
Yeah,
scanned.
it's an expensive proposition. I mean, we're following state statutes in terms of what we're doing. So I can tell you, it's something we're going to have to do. We're going to have to figure out how to do it over the next few years financially.
Mamie, what do the librarians, what's going on there in terms of the recommendation with archival documents and books?
We're mostly concerned with the local papers, and we have decided to keep with doing microfilming with 4 other libraries, just because digitization is just so expensive. It's about, to go back and do each of our rolls is about $100.
Okay.
So if you're going back to the 1800s,
Okay.
there's a lot to catch up on.
I remember at one time we lost a lot of stuff way back in I can't remember, I think it was in the late 60s, 70s. I think we lost a bunch of stuff because of flooding or whatever it was. I can't remember exactly what it was, but there were a lot of information on those who worked for the city, in terms of the police, in terms of teachers who they couldn't find what we made, our check stubs, that kind of thing. Those were lost, so we couldn't prove for purposes of Social Security. So that's why I'm asking,
Other questions? Council Young?
Well, I just, my understanding, if it's on film, microfilm, it could be digitized from that.
Right, and that's what's about $100 a roll.
$100 a roll.
one thing we are, birth, death, and marriage records are now done electronically through a statewide system. So we don't have paper copies to file anymore. I think it was death records came first. That started in 2010. A few years later, it was births, and now we're doing marriages electronically.
Any other questions, comments? Thank you very much. Next up is the city manager's budget. So
Could we pass on that for tonight, Mr. Manager?
it's so exciting. Do you really want to pass on it? Based on the questions that I've had from councilors, there are really two areas that people have focused in on. One is legal expenses, and the other one is special events. Legal expenses, when I started, we were looking at over $125,000 annually, and now for FY20 we're recommending $80,000. We have really been able to bring that under control. Mike Malloy, who's the attorney who's working with the city, is doing a really good job. We've narrowed down what he's involved in. With Phil coming on board as the assistant city manager and myself and the team that we have, we're handling more issues that when I arrived, Michael Malloy was getting involved in. Not that that was wrong, but I think that there's a better way of being able to manage those things. When we need to have his participation, we do. And of that $80,000, I think that that's a good investment for the city. This year, I think we're at $40,000 with Michael, and I think we're at $20,000 on the legal expenses for the marijuana ordinance work that has been going on with the marijuana working group. So I think we're headed in a very positive direction. I feel good about that. I think Phil feels the same way. When we have to work with the Maine Municipal Association on legal issues, we'll do that as well. Special events. The special events account is something that we do for the employees, really. It's the employee recognition ceremony that you've been to, the annual recognition ceremony that we do, which is coming up, by the way. I encourage you to go to that if you can. And also for the summer barbecue that we do, that many of you have attended in the past for the employees. And then we also use special events budget for our Christmas luncheon that we do. So what we're trying to do is, and this is kind of the marching orders that I was given when I became city manager, trying to work with the employees to improve morale and work with the employees to try and make sure that they know that they're appreciated and recognized. And with your support, I think we've been able to do that and are moving forward in a positive direction. And part of the decrease on that also has been there's some funds that we had for a police department that we're using, right, Phil?
Yes, those were for the approved events that the council has approved over the years for overtime, so that's now shifted into the police budget. I would just add for the summer barbecue and the holiday luncheon, staff probably contributes more than what we spend. They bring a great deal of food. I think the city just picks up those incidentals for those events, but staff really contributes a great deal.
Any questions, comments?
Just at some point in time, I would like to have an executive session on salaries and travel, just so we could.
We can do that. And
I would concur with that too, as well as to have
Yep.
executive session on that. I will note that the special events were like 29,000, 28 respectively back 26, 2017. So it's something that we had more of and we dropped back. And
yeah.
So, and the legal expenses, again, going back to that, just some history so everybody knows, there was a time when we were approaching $100,000 in legal expenses, and one council actually wanted to have a solicitor. We had figured we needed a full-time solicitor because we were spending so much. And in lieu of that, we now have Michael Malloy and keep that. But that's really been historically high. Like to see that come down because we don't need it as much, but history has shown that, unfortunately, we have.
So. Well, it is coming down, though. I mean, we were at 125,000 at one
so
point.
It is coming. We're getting it under control.
Yeah.
So.
Now I'm recommending 80,000.
Yeah.
So, Councilor Fournier.
Having come from the Androscoggin County Commission.
Oh, they just blew the budget. Yeah.
I mean, it was horrible what we had to spend. And a word of caution on my part, based on the experience I've had as a commissioner, I just don't want to shortchange our legal representative. I want to make sure that we're doing this appropriately and not expecting more than this is going to pay for.
So,
Councilor Lozani.
Thank you. Councilor Fournier, just to clarify, an executive session around training, tuition, travel, and mileage?
Yes.
And salaries.
And salary.
Salaries.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions, comments?
We are looking into cell phones and what they cost, and is this a different provider or cheaper or?
We are doing that. As a matter of fact, Derek is working on that. Derek Belanger. Anyone else? All right, next is the elected officials' budget. I think the most noteworthy thing there is the increase for the annual city audit, which Jill could speak to, as well as myself. But I think that you're in good shape with the elected officials' budget. Any questions? Comments?
I had one.
There is one. Councilor Titus,
ahead,
Councilor
Belinda
Gary.
had her name
I'm
up
sorry.
first. Belinda had her name up, her hand up first.
All right, Councilor Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. A meeting or so ago, I asked if we could have a breakdown of what was spent and a listing of what it was, who, what, where, and how.
Yes.
And I still haven't got it, and that was the second time that I've asked for it.
We do have that information. The finance director has sent it to me. We have been collecting the information, the answers to questions that councilors have raised. We can provide that information to you very easily. I could send it to you tomorrow, and all of you, as a matter of fact, on that particular question. But we have been collecting the answers on the various questions that have been raised, and we've been answering them as we've been going through the budget process. We thought that we would, at one point, provide you with the information on all of these questions, but I'm happy to send that information out.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Yes, Councilor Fournier.
One more question as far as on page 1 for the PS General and the special events. Is it possible to have some sort of an itemized list regarding these two sections, the PS General and the special events? They're especially the one, $44,150. That's a lot of money, and the other one is $25,000. So just to get an idea of what we're asking for on
The
that.
$25,000
And
was
this-
money that was appropriated for the 150th. I know that, but.
Was it?
Right.
Yes.
Right.
Okay. All right, I know we're speeding up through that. Okay.
What was the other question, Councilor?
And the other one was special events,
Okay. Special events.
25,000.
Under the mayor and council, right?
Right.
Yes,
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
yes.
What did you say
Mayor.
was part of the 150th?
Under mayor and council.
25,000, the council last year appropriated 25,000 under the mayor and council's
And
budget
that's in the
for the
special revenue account.
150th. It's for the whole year.
And that's in the special
That's-
revenue account, correct? Because there is a
It
special
got
revenue account
transferred
for
to the
150.
special-
Yeah.
Yes.
So if that's for now, it's not for FY '20. This is FY '20.
July.
July?
The new budget will start in July.
That one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they want to continue the New Year's Eve, I believe.
I know, that's.
Yeah, we do.
for- yes.
We do want to continue that, actually.
That's a yes from a
Yeah,
lot of people.
yeah,
Definitely.
yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Next up is Finance Department and Jill Eastman, unless anybody has more questions. Councilor Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Somehow or another, the elected officials tab in my book aren't there. I had to look on it online, and Councilor Walker says he can't find it.
Does it say mayor and council?
Mayor and council.
Oh, okay, maybe that's what.
Council.
It took me a while to figure that
Yeah,
one out.
yeah.
Thank you.
All set? Okay.
Set. Thank you.
All right. Finance Department and Jill Eastman.
I would like to just highlight my budget drivers. The purchase service line, initially I requested two new positions in finance. One was for the assessing department, to assist the assessors as an appraiser, and also to handle split subdivisions, those complicated things that come in, that we had a city engineer that actually retired about 3 years ago, and he's been coming in and still continuing to help us. But we felt that it was time to bring that in-house. And so we were not able to fund that position, so I had increased purchase services so that we can either continue to pay Gary or hire someone else to help with this. This is for mapping and all those kind of things. We're trying to get the staff up to speed, but there's only 3 of them. And they're taking, assessing the whole city every year. So they really don't have time to do this work and to learn it. So that's what that's for. The increase in office supplies is the state of Maine changed their motor vehicle registrations, and they are now a little small form that is printed on a laser printer. So we had to switch from the old-fashioned, I don't know what you called them, Paul, impact printers to the laser printers. And the toner is a lot more expensive than ribbons. I have requested that my staff only uses those printers for the registrations. We have big copiers that are available to them, one in the finance side and one in the city clerk side. So they're only using, but it's still there, the toners are going to need to be replaced. We do a lot of registrations, so that's that increase. And the salary increase is for staff retention, and also it includes, we have MSEA people on staff that they get a 2% increase plus 1% merit increase. So that's included in there as well. But we had one of our employees that is very important to our department that was recruited by our sister city across the river, and we didn't want to lose that person, so we bumped them up to keep them here. So, but glad to answer any other questions you may have.
Council Lasagna.
Thank you. The longevity bonus, what is that?
We have the employee handbook and so non-union and I believe MSEA people, it's 7 years. If they hit their 7-year anniversary, they're 15 or
25.
15 and 25. So I have 2 people hitting 25 this year. That, and then there's one other. I think it's a 7-year.
So that's a one-time bonus?
That's correct. Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Councilor Fournier?
One silly question. I've asked this in a lot of the different cost centers. Looking at repairs of vehicles on page 4, it's only 500 put in there, but just my question is, if we have 6 city mechanics, I'm not sure what their job description is in terms of who they're supposed to, what they're supposed to repair. Are they able to cover some of these? I see it here and there that there needs to be money put in for repairs of vehicles and repairs of equipment. Do our city mechanics do that?
Yes, they do, but we pay for the parts, and I don't know that we pay labor, but we just pay for the parts.
Okay.
So, and this is a 2005 or 2004 Hyundai. That is a standard. So I do have a request in for $5,000 in the CIP, and actually what Chief Moen is willing to give me one of his better trade-ins, and we're going to give him another vehicle that we have, and then we just need to get it painted. So that's what the $5,000 is for.
Do we know how many city-owned vehicles we have that different people drive? Do you know?
We're actually going to have them on display for you.
How many?
We're going to have them on display for you at the next
Oh,
budget
good.
meeting, so you'll be able to go down the
Oh,
courtyard and
yes,
see them.
okay, look forward to
Thursday,
that.
we're going to do an
Thursday.
equipment review.
It's sort of like a car show, right? Like a used, like, you know, those vintage car, you know?
Maybe have you test drive a few of them if you'd like.
I wouldn't mind. Thank you.
Copy of your license.
Councilor Titus.
Thank you, Peter. Just one thing I did want to note, the change in not having a deputy director but having 2 accounting assistants. It looks like, was that what I'm seeing?
I've always had 2. I've never had a deputy.
Based on what the department had proposed and the manager proposed, when I look at it, I see that there was a deputy director, 75,000, but that's not happening, but we have, if I'm looking at the right thing, under the detail.
Yep.
Well, we're replacing it with 119,000 for 2 assistants.
No, those have always been there.
Always been there?
Yep.
So we kind of eliminated 75,000 from the department heads, and we still had an increase of 28,000 in
That was
salaries.
the adjustment that Jill referred to earlier. We had one of our valued employees that City of Lewiston was trying to
Steel.
But we had an increase of 28,000 in salaries, but here we decreased the department proposal by 75,000. So it could have been a lot higher. I guess I'm a little concerned about that because I've heard that happen before.
Yeah.
And again, this body as a policymaker, again, has to look at that because that game you can't win. If you're constantly going to, all they need to do across the river is offer more, and we got to go up, and they got to go up, and before you know it, it's a race to the bottom.
Well,
I think we got to be really careful.
I think this is a good discussion to have when we have the executive session.
Well, I think so.
Personnel.
I really do, because,
Yeah,
I understood, I thought we were pretty at par in many areas, and all of a sudden I'm hearing that we're getting rated, and that isn't right either.
Yeah, I think you are in many respects, but it's very challenging to try and hang on to our key people in particular, but well, I'm happy to have that conversation with you.
Very good.
Anything else? All right, next up we have our facilities director and purchasing agent and master of many things, Derek Belanger. Derek?
Good evening. The facilities operating budget is comprised primarily of all the utilities, janitorial, postage, copy machines, capital improvements, and building maintenance here at City Hall. We've got one maintenance tech that we share with the library, and that's Rick DeShano. I don't know if any of you have seen him running around, but he's very good. We're very lucky to have him. And one of the budget drivers is a 3% increase for his salary. We're also responsible for safety and security of properties once they are tax acquired. So that'll include cleaning up any safety hazards, boarding them up, locking them up, any environmental surveys that might need to be completed. So this year we've added 2,500 as a line to help cover these costs. We've been doing a lot more with tax acquired lately, so those costs have increased. Property casualty insurance for the city is also included. And what we do each year is contact MMA, usually when the budget process starts, sometime around January. And they'll give us projections, our anticipated amounts, which are usually conservative, to make sure we're covered. So we won't get the actual rates until May. So that's why you see an increase there. I wouldn't expect it to be that high, but that again is covering us in, worst case scenario. CIP, we have Public Works roof, Phase 2. In 2018, we completed Phase 1, which is the area over the offices, and Phase 2 is for the larger area, which is approximately 1 acre of roof. And it needs to be done pretty badly. There's several leaks, and the more leaks we have, the more damage it's causing, and so we'd like to get that finished off this year. Also at the Public Works facility, that building, for the most part, interior is still original in nature, 1970 era, and not to today's life safety and codes standards. So we've been slowly trying to address these things over the years, and we've had some reports done that show a lot of the needs, including stairwells and handrails, emergency lighting, exit signage, all for employees and the public safety. Central fire, there we have 2 boilers, and they also house the 911 operations center. So it's a pretty critical facility. So we have 2 boilers. One is more for redundancy and backup in the event that one fails. And in this case, we've got one of the boilers that has failed. It's at the point now where it's in need of several thousands of dollars worth of repairs. And speaking with professionals, they're looking at it saying it's really not worth our investment to keep putting money into it, and we'd be better off replacing it with a more efficient boiler, and we can kind of get some returns on less energy used. Police department, locker room renovations, again, this would be a phase 2 of the funding. And this here is to complete the renovations downstairs, and this is the basement at City Hall. When it was originally designed, it was not designed for a police station or police use. They moved here when they left Minot Avenue. And so there's a lot of challenges down there with space for the staff and the lockers and shower facilities. As of right now, they're actually having to exit their space, walk out into the public hall to find the restrooms and shower facilities. So we're looking to expand that, incorporate it all into one space behind lock and key, and give them the space they need. Right now, they're actually split. Some of the units are up on the 3rd floor, and so they're having to traverse back and forth. So anyway, this is the additional money to try and complete that project.
Any questions for Derek Belanger? Yes, Councilor Fournier and then Councilor Titus.
I think it might just be one question. The natural gas that's gone up, the increase of 1,083, is that because we've had a particularly cold winter? It's natural gas. I would think that we would have done better with natural gas.
It would be an increase from the utility that we're projecting.
Okay. That's all I have there. Thank you very much. Doing a good job. Appreciate it.
Councilor Titus?
A couple of questions real quick. Photocopiers. Always an interesting topic for me because all these budgets I look at, everybody has 7 or 8 copiers and we're hooked into long-term contracts we can't get out of, whatever. Do you handle all the photocopiers for the building?
Yes.
That $31,000 is what you're expecting it's going to cost us for. Is it like contracts and it includes toner and paper and all that stuff on a lease deal?
That's correct. It also includes outside departments as well, fire stations, rec buildings.
So they come here and get their supplies and paper and stuff?
We provide paper, yes.
I see. Okay, so that's not included in this. Just seems like this age of electronics and emails and stuff, one thing that never seems to go down is photocopying services everywhere you go. But
It's supposed to be paperless, but...
yeah. The other, so I see that that's kind of in line. It was a little bit of an increase from 2018, but since then we're holding the line. When it comes to the insurance premiums, so you've gotten an estimate. Or they've given you a projection, so that could be less.
Absolutely.
Because it looks like we've been kind of stable for quite a few years. I hate to see it.
Correct. Yep.
But I noticed that the insurance deductibles went from, a negative number, a good number in 2018, to approve 24,000 in last year's budget. But I'm not sure where we are compared to last year's budget in that category, because we were minus 3,700 for 2018 in that category. Do we know where we stand now, and why that was like that before?
I can get you that information. That varies year to year. It's really all over the place. Depends on the amount of claims that we have and what they are.
Yeah, we had a big year in 2016. We had deductibles of 25,000. Since then, we've forecasted or budgeted 24.5 every year, the same amount. But I don't see anything that shows what we actually expended. To see, it looks like we forecasted the same amount. And yet in 2018, we had a minus 3,700 in that area. So it looks it's kind of like, it's a significant amount of your increase is that amount of money. So between those two, your budget would actually be less than the previous year. So maybe we can get more solid numbers on that.
We can provide you with more detail on that.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Because we only have one gold star. Do that.
Well, that's what we think, yeah.
Any other questions? Councilor Walker?
Yeah, my questions go back to 2015, 2016 on the senior center, the Hasty Community Center, I should say. You've been remodeling that building now for the past 3 years, and we gave you $320,000, if I remember right, in the CIP. But what we are looking for is how much money we spent on out of the CIP, I guess, for the 2015, 16, 17, 18, 18, 19, if we've had all of that money that has done everything you've done down there, I think it should have been brought to the council for the way that we've spent beyond just remodeling inside the building to the point where when that was asked for. Because I know the RFP did not include everything that you're doing down there at this point. And then we turn around and put in the budget that we need other things and other things and other things that keep eating up $40,000, $50,000, $60,000. But we continue to spend more money down there every year that we haven't seen in any of the budget documents in the last 3 years.
We can provide you with the information that you're asking for, and I'll take responsibility for what we've done there. So we'll come back with some details on that.
Well, the other thing is, I guess, if you want to take the responsibility, the front of the building,
Yep.
for, I don't know how many years we used for all different events, for birthday parties, for when they had big events in there and they wanted to set up in that room, which is the very front room that we've turned into, I don't know, 5, 6 office spaces now. We already had 3 or 4 office spaces down there, so that means we got room for 10 employees to all have a real good-sized office. So I'm not sure if we made the wise decision with that big front entrance that we had there that people could use in the community. So, but I guess if you want to bring that stuff forward, we would like to look at it, and then we'll talk about how we move forward.
Okay.
We can do that, and when we have the presentation on the new department that we've created by merging the arena, Norway Savings Bank Arena, with recreation and the turf facility, we can talk about the reorganization and how we've done that. I think this is going to help position the city for years to come and build on the positive things that were done in the past. So happy to provide you with that information.
I believe, as a counselor, them are the type of the things that we should have been involved in from the start. There is a lot of money spent there doing whatever it is you feel we're going to accomplish and be something in the future to be better. But in my past, especially working here as well as being a counselor, them kind of things were always, had to come forward to the council to get approval to move forward on. If we're going to spend $50,000, $75,000, $100,000, that's a lot of money to be shifting around without this council knowing that it's being done. So if your future is bright and looks great, I'm glad for you. But I think we should have known that that was part of your plan.
Council Walker, before you talk about 50 or 75 or 100,000, let's get some details so that you know what the facts are. Everybody does.
Well, any amount, 10, 20, 30, they all should have been brought forward to what you wanted to do with that building. That's your plan, may not have been our plan. And we have a right to vote and move forward just like you do on this stuff. And you changed that whole building. I don't think you changed it to the best. I think it was better off the way it was. The center of the building going from recreation to recreation, that was a great move. But taking the front rooms away from the public is not the best move for that building.
We'll come back and we'll have a presentation on it, and we can discuss it then. Councilor Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Sort of echoing on what the good Council Walker said, I'm too disappointed with how some of the renovations was, because it seemed like we just renovated one section of the building to repeat over it and lose part of what he says, instead of renovating the storage rooms, but that are catch-all, clutter-all. And I don't understand to a certain degree why they're not maintained and stuff put in order, and why the fire code doesn't get after them for how some of the things are stored and stacked.
we can talk about that as well.
Sometimes we drift into another department, and so that rec department's going to come in, but sometimes some people don't follow up and listen to the next budget meeting. So we have listeners at home that are hearing that and saying, why isn't code doing it? I think the area that you're talking about is regarding the storage area, which we need to make sure that that is managed well, but it's not necessarily an access to public. So I don't want the public to think that we have emergency exits or areas that they can't get access to. But I think we'll be able to cover that at the next meeting.
Thank you, Phil. Anyone else? Any other questions, councilors, comments? Thank you very much. Next, we have the library with Mamie Nay.
Good evening. I appreciate you working through this late with us. First thing I want to do is recognize that we have one of our board members here tonight. It's Nicole Rancourt. Nicole is from Minot. She is the selectman's representative from Minot to our board, and she is also a member of the Maine Humanities Council staff, and that has been a very, very good and special relationship for us. And I also want to thank Councilor Elfrida Fournier for sitting on our board also as the mayor's appointee. So the budget drivers are a little unique this year. First of all, we have the staffing change in insurance. We had some very beneficial in terms of budget changes for insurance. We lost one person left the plan and another person switched to single. And then we also had some salary decrease remaining as a result of a retirement of a longtime member of the staff. Automation, we've increased by almost $12,000 this year. About 4 or 5 years ago, we purchased new computers, refurbished computers for the library, and we manage about 90 computers throughout the building. Some of them have now started to function. They've stopped functioning. So what we're trying to do now is get on more of a regular system of replacing our computers, maybe a third of them this year, and keep on top of that. Some of our computers that have failed are public computers, and we need those because there is still good demand for those. Financial, we have an $8,500 increase, and this is a fee for services. Our endowments are invested through the Maine Community Foundation, and we pay our fees based on the amount of time that's put, not only the amount of time that's put in, but also losses and increases. So it's a big investment for us, but it's also been a very beneficial investment for us. We switched to Maine Community Foundation in 2008, and they were able to minimize the losses that we experienced with our assets when there was a major recession. Our library materials, we've asked to increase by $9,000. This is to maintain our collection. The last few years, we've had a flat expense for that, but now we are catching up with our price increases and also our makeup in our collection. We still buy mostly books, but we have increased we've added a streaming service, which has proved to be very popular, and we also supplement the collection that the state has in terms of ebooks and audiobooks. We feel that there is a demand for certain bestsellers, and we're not able to get them through the state, so we provide them through our service, and those are available only to Auburn residents. They are not part of the state collection.
Any questions, councilors, or comments? Councilor Fournier?
Real quickly, but I live with you guys, so I know what you're doing. I appreciate that you do keep the library budget really consistently at an even keel, and I want to make sure you have the staff that you need. And you run such a good ship over there. It's just, I'm going to say what I've always said, and that is that, you know, the library is a jewel right in the middle of Auburn. So many people love it. It feels so good to go in there. It's just nice to know we have a place like that here. And so thank you very much for all of your care that you give to it.
This shifting of personnel expenses does allow us to hire a substitute that we planned on for about 10 hours a week. And that person is now going to be trained to work in all three areas rather than just in one particular department. Because right now we have 2 lending people out, and we're short 1 person on the reference staff, which we will be adjusting also. So that gives us the flexibility that we need.
Councilor Titus and then Councilor Young.
Thank you, Peter. Just real quick, I appreciate the fact the budget's coming in just about flat, and although I am a little bit concerned that you did have a reduction in people, hopefully you're going to be able to continue the service without the people you had before. No interruptions there.
Well, what we did was we had John Kelly retire, who had been there for 43 years. So we were able to shift his responsibilities around to 3 different positions.
Oh, I see.
And that puts us in a very good spot in terms of both a public face and administration.
That's very good. And I understand that we have other services, Minot and Mechanic Falls, or?
Just do Minot.
Just Minot, nobody else?
Minot pays us a subsidy or a stipend every year.
Oh, they do. That didn't show in the revenues. Where does that show up in the, how much is that and where does it show up?
$22,000.
It's $22,000 and it's in, what is it, in the donations or is it in the other or on your revenue side?
It's in our regular fee section. So it would be in, I can tell you exactly where it is.
Is it in, yeah, which one is it included in? The donations, other, or?
That is in other revenue.
Is part of that 86,000 is there?
Yes.
They're, okay.
Right here, yeah.
Very good, because I mean, obviously other communities involved, the library, everybody keeps saying that, how's that continue on with the age of the internet and all that, but it seems like there's still quite a lot of need and.
Oh, yes, definitely. I mean, we're very fortunate in that we have, I tell everybody we have a great building with a great staff, a great collection, a very engaged board, and great support from the community. So that shows that we can maintain and continue to improve the services that we provide. We try to adjust them for what the community seeks. For example, we've added Canopy, which is a film streaming service, and that features mostly documentaries and older films and independent films. And we thought, well, this would be great, but we didn't realize just how popular it would be. So that now we have included, in that materials increase, we've included an increase for that. So we try and maintain what we have and improve what we have. And we're still getting, 600 to 700 people a day through the door.
So as far as fees and charge for services and all that stuff, that's pretty tough for you because obviously you're looking at people who use the library and what they can afford.
Right.
Even though we're getting I was looking at your budget, I'm seeing quite a lot of increases in the commodities and the things that we have to provide.
Right.
But have you been able to think about ways that you can charge more for the services, or is that something?
We really don't charge for our services. What we do charge for, and it's very unusual for us, is we charge for audiobooks and videos.
Okay.
I think we're one of the last few libraries in the state that does this. And in fact, we had to stop charging them on an interlibrary loan basis. If we received a movie from another library, we would still charge for it, and our consortium said that we're not allowed to do that. So we have very little that we can increase. We do have some supplemental income from our meeting rooms. I don't know how that's going to fare now that we've lost some of our parking. That may put a crimp in that, but we're also poised to try and start increasing our support base.
Okay.
We have a new development coordinator. I'm very excited to have her here. Susan Geismar had been with us for about 4 years. I hate to lose her, but we've now hired Jenny Johnson, who is coming to us from Community Concepts. And so we're going to try and first of all, build up our online auction, which is coming up. Let me put in a plug for that. It's coming up the end of May, beginning of June. And then we will also try and expand our donor base.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Counselor Young.
Now, do you get free internet?
Yes, we don't charge for internet.
Okay, yes, but do you have to pay for that?
We do. Up until last year, we did not have to. We're part of the Maine School and Library Network, and that encompasses all public libraries and all schools. And that was originally, the funds for that were originally obtained from the settlement with AT&T with their antitrust action. So that was enough to support the founding of the network. Then there was an added fee to landlines. But now that landlines are becoming less popular, there is not the same kind of a charge for cell phones. So as the revenue for Maine School and Library Network went down and expenses increased, the first time around they instituted a service charge for the public schools. And then last year they instituted a charge for the libraries, and it's based on your budget. And so we are now paying about $2,000 a year for that, which
Does
we
that
hadn't
show
had
in
to.
this budget?
Yes, it does.
Where is that?
It's in the, it's in our online services, which is part of our library materials.
I guess I just have the summary. But thank you for sharing that.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Counselor Walker?
Thank you. Do you get an allowance for an automobile?
It is included under our professional development expenses for travel to and from seminars.
Because you don't show it here, that's why I was wondering.
Yeah, it's in professional development, which is in, I'm not sure exactly which section it is that you would see.
Do your people have cell phones?
Pardon me?
Cell phones? These
Yes,
things?
yes.
Does that come under that as well?
I get an allowance for my cell phone because I have to be available at all times. I'm the only one.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Counselor Fournier?
Just, it's not a question, but I was recalling, I'm recalling a conversation I had with Mamie regarding the changing that's of not personnel, but change of the public coming to the library. Right now, we're doing okay as compared to other libraries, but I just wanted to kind of foreshadow this in case down the road we would need to do this. So could you just briefly describe, we're talking about some libraries needing to hire staff member and a social worker.
Yeah.
Just so that people can understand that things are changing a little bit, and we hope
Right.
it doesn't change for
Yeah.
us, but it might.
You know, for the last several years, I'd say maybe for the last 10 years or so, the nature of libraries have changed somewhat. I think it's coming later rather than sooner to the Auburn Library. But some of the larger libraries, for example, Washington, D.C. was the first one to do that. They've actually hired social workers on there to be their staff, part of their staff, because they have so many homeless people coming in who need services, and they don't have a certain, central area to go to. So it's becoming not only a library, but also a community center. But I don't see that happening, in the too distant future for our library. We don't have that many people who require those types of services to come to us. But when we do, we're able to direct them where to go rather than providing them with advice, because we just don't have the expertise to do that.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Counselor Walker?
Yes, do you think your library will ever go to just the computer world and leave the books?
I don't think so. There are too many people who just really enjoy holding a book.
And little kids.
Pardon me?
And the little kids.
That's right.
Us talking about the new high school, have you been involved in any of that, so that maybe they don't need every book they think they need up there and where you have plenty?
No, we haven't. And our collection is more to supplement schools rather than to provide the same materials that schools provide in their library and in their classrooms. That is where our strong point is in supplementing. For example, not using a book as an example, but using a program as an example. They may teach, there is a lot of emphasis on STEM, which is science, technology, engineering, and math. So we will hold after-school programs that don't necessarily instruct them, because we can't do that much in just an hour or so, but we can bring some fun into it and have the kids recognize what they're doing in terms of a practical application.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Very good. Thank you, Mamie.
Thank you.
So, that concludes the budget workshop. I'll now call to order this meeting of April 22nd, 2019. Before we begin, do I have a motion to elect a chair pro tem to preside over the meeting in the temporary absence of Mayor Levesque?
Elect Andy Titus as the chair pro tem.
Second.
Thank you. Are there any other nominations? Seeing none, all those in favor?
We'll appoint him, we won't elect him.
Opposed? Okay, all right. Let me pass this to you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Go to his head,
Okay, I'd like to call this special meeting of the Auburn City Council for April 22nd, 2019. All rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Try to make this quick and simple. We have just one item on our agenda. You all have it in your packets. I would entertain a motion and on item order 45-0422-019.
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, motion by Councilor Lasagna, second by Councilor Fournier. Now there's some discussion. I will say that it's really, this meeting, I believe, is intended to add a third question to the referendum. That's why we're here. So if you want to look in your package, you'll be able to see what that sample question would look like. But it really is the item that has to do with if you find the school budget for the upcoming school year that was adopted by City Council to be too high, acceptable, or too low. So the first question obviously was going to be, do you favor approving whatever for the school, a certain amount of money? And that's the first question. The second question is, do you also in favor of having this question every 3 years? The voters in a regional school unit shall consider continued use of the budget validation referendum process. Every 3 years we have to vote for that question, so that's question number 2. And then this meeting tonight is only because a third question was asked to be added, which they've done before in the past, but we need to approve it to add if you find that the budget for the upcoming year that was adopted by the City Council to be either too high, acceptable, or too low. So I think that it doesn't matter how you vote on the other two questions, right? You can just answer the third question. Even if you were in favor of the budget, you could also say, I was in favor of it, but it was too high, or it was too low, whatever. So I guess that's what our discussion is tonight, whether we favor that third item. Because we voted for the first two in the last council meeting, as I understand it. Correct? Oh,
No,
we discussed it.
You discussed
So
it.
we're actually going to be voting on all three questions.
Actually, it's just the third question. The first, the other questions are mandated by
They're
state law.
mandated, okay,
Yeah.
very good. Then it's just the third question. Councilor Lasagna.
I'm just curious, when the third question is answered, do we look at how many people said, one, I think I asked this, and you may have answered it for me, and then how do we use that information?
I always post the results, and I guess I just leave it up to the school committee and the council to look at the results and take it into consideration.
Okay.
Councilor Fournier?
No.
Councilor Schwartz?
I think that the third question is a valid question because it's a dipstick. It's a dipstick for the school committee, for the superintendent, and then for the public. It gives them a voice again, which is important, and I think it's a good question.
Any other comments? Councilor Young?
Can I say something about the second question, even though it's not?
Correct, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
The second question is one that I'm usually accosted by people when I'm going door to door and saying, why don't you guys just vote? And they don't understand, if they don't want us to have, if they want us to have all the power about it, then vote that down, right? Otherwise, the power is to the people, and they get to, and depending on what city council is, whether it's a conservative or liberal council, they might want to have that say. In a way, it takes the monkey off our backs, because we can always give it back to people. So see, people didn't want you to have that expensive budget. But when I vote for the school budget, I often say it's too high, but I vote for it anyway when I vote for it. So it's not really, I don't know how you can really interpret it unless you actually look at each vote independently. Did the person vote for it and then also say it was too high? Or did they not vote for it and said it was too low?
I mean, I'm just curious about how much more information you can get from that question, the answer to that question. I think it's great, but you're right. Somebody could vote for it and say it's too high, or they could not vote for it and say it's too low. But I just don't know. I mean, it gives you a little bit of a measure, but then what do you do with that information?
You'd almost have to look at each vote, and if you really wanted to get an interpretation.
Councilor Walker?
The question number one doesn't give us the correct answer. It leaves it wide open, and the school department loves it. So we should leave it there and keep it for another 3 years.
Question number one, you said?
Yeah, question number one is the actual budget referendum question. And question number two is going to be allowing people to vote yes or no, whether they want to continue and vote. And I think that the only time I saw where question number three was useful was there was a year, 3 or 4 years ago, that it was voted down. School, yes. I think it had 2 or 3 referendums. And so it might have been useful to look at the information. We voted it down because it was too high, too low, whatever. So I think it's useful in that case, but if it's approved, I don't know what message it sends, but I don't think it hurts anything either to have it in there. But
I would be in favor of it. That's part of it. They can have their third question.
Okay, any more discussion on the question? Then I would say that we're going to move the question. Do we do this just a hand raising, or yeah? So I guess all in favor of approving the third question in the referendum, raise your hand. Those opposed? Is approved 7-0. Okay, there being no more business to attend to tonight, I would ask for a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
That's offered by Councilor Walker to adjourn, and second by Councilor Fournier. All those in favor? We are adjourned. I don't have my gavel, but that's all right.